Yeah,
They don't think they speak enough to. They told me, okay, you can come, but please shut up. But it's such.
That's a good idea.
They have also speaking feedback.
20 minutes is too much for like hello. How are you? Okay, except for the room. That's a very long problem. It's not ambitious for my education. No, I don't have anything better. Yeah, beside the book. Beside all these. You lost the second book.
Now we don't have the proper ones. I had a special
When it's time, you'll have my copy. Where do you have my copy?
Yeah, I already put it here.
And then you and you're under.
Without any respect. You are a speaker, so it's okay.
Yeah, and we are the educators, Southern Europeans are and Finnish guys.
Swedish guys, Hungarian guys, Italian guys. Now all of us are members of the big party of the right populist.
Oh yeah.
What are you waiting for? So, where is your election?
They're trying hard. No problem for you. No problem.
Други години вече.
Добре дошли. Ами той каза, че са пуснати. Добре дошли знаем, че ако децата до 6 годишна възраст не достигнат минимална социална компетентност, това би означавало, че вероятно те ще са изложени на риск през следващите етапи от своето развитие. Брус Пери в своя лекция преди няколко години изчислява, че в Щатите типичното отглеждане на децата днес им предоставя в пъти по-малко социален опит, отколкото с децата, които са растяли преди 20 или 30 години. Тоест, това, което се случва е, че днес имаме младежи, девойки, да кажем, ако са 18 годишни, с 18 годишно ниво на развитие на когнитивни умения, но с ниво на развитие на социални и емоционални умения на ниво 6 годишни. Професор Фотев, изтъкнат български учен, определя времето, в което живеем като епоха на дигитална революция. Вече става въпрос не просто за пълноценното развитие на нашите деца, а за необходимост ние, възрастните, в ролята ни на специалисти, учители, родители, да подготвим нашите деца за динамиката на времето, за бъдещето, да им дадем един добър старт. Въпросът не е просто децата да получат образование, но това образование да е качествено, да развие техния потенциал, техните умения, да ги подготвим за бъдещето и за един по-пълноценен живот. Този проект започна с една мечта. Мечтата да допринесем за благосъстоянието и просперитета на децата, но се превърна в кауза. Всички ние, изследователи, практици, политици, предполагам, че нямаме съмнение относно значението на социалното и емоционално развитие и в частност на социалните и емоционални умения за цялостното развитие на детето. Тези умения са критични не само за благоприятното психично развитие, но и за успешното функциониране в ранна възраст, но и през целия му живот. Аз се казвам Надя Колчева, психолог съм, преподавател в департамент Когнитивна наука и психология на Нов български университет и ръководител на проект Развитие на социални и емоционални умения в образованието и грижата за деца в ранна и предучилищна възраст в Европа, или накратко EOSELF. Проектът е финансиран от програма Erasmus+. За мен е чест и огромно удоволствие днес да открия заключителната конференция на проекта. През последните 3 години всички ние, експерти от 9 партньорски организации, от 6 европейски страни, усилено работихме. Огромни благодарности на колегите от университета в Лунд, Швеция, университета в Майя и Смаи и социален център Сотело от Португалия. Те са тук отпред на предните редици. Еразъм Брюкселски университет, Белгия, Галилео Проджети от Унгария, университетът в Тузла и Монтесори детска градина от Босна и Херцеговина и не на последно място 37-ма
попречило на вашата работа днес вие да докажете и да покажете приноса на този проект? Как научният подход в осигуряване на емоционалното развитие за създаване на умения на бъдещия ученик и самостоятелния човек са фактор и той се формира в много ранна детска възраст. Друг принос, с който аз имах възможност да се запозная, изследването на отделното дете, диагностиката в много ранна възраст, планирането, определянето, прилагането на различни инструменти. Видях, че сте приложили много опит, над 100 опита са описани във вашия проект, дават възможност за индивидуално развитие на детето, което изграждаме като личност. И още целта, която сте си поставили – социално-емоционалните умения. Сякаш, че те са събрали в пълна широта и гражданското образование, и екологичното, интеркултурното, здравното. Но пак да кажа, за мен е много важно днес тук пред този форум да заявя, арт-уменията на 21 век са предизвикателство пред всеки нас. Целта да отключим индивидуалното развитие на всяко дете с приобщаващо образование, в това число със специални образователни потребности и онези, в които ние виждаме таланта и дарованието. Аз не бих искала повече да отнемам от времето, не че нямам какво да кажа. Напротив, нека с финализирането на този проект да стартира нов, с повече каузи и отново фокусиран върху развитието на детето. Благодаря ви.
Много благодаря. Давам думата на господин Ангел Вълков, представител на Министерство на труда и социалната политика.
Здравейте на всички. Мислех, че ще ми е лесно да прочета поздравителния адрес от заместник министър Клисурска, но след като ме поставиха между 4 прекрасни дами, малко така емоциите ми дойдоха в повече, така че уважаеми професор Доенов, уважаема доктор Колчева, уважаема госпожо Фер, дами и господа. Приемете моите искрени поздравления по повод организирането на днешната заключителна конференция по проект Развитие на социални и емоционални умения в образованието и грижите за деца в ранна и предучилищна възраст в Европа. Гарантирането на правата на децата във всички сфери на обществения живот и осигуряването на образование, подходяща икономическа, социална и културна среда и сигурност са сред водещите приоритети в политиките за децата и семействата. Ранното детство е най-важният период от развитието на човека. Убедена съм, че всички ние споделяме общата кауза да работим за осигуряването на възможно най-добрия старт в живота на децата в България. Ето защо подкрепата за развитие на социалните и емоционални умения в ранна възраст като ключов елемент в човешкото развитие следва да бъде приоритет на цялото общество. Когато говорим за развиване на умения в най-ранна детска възраст, включително социални и емоционални такива, не бива да забравяме, че играта е най-лесният, забавен и ефективен метод за това. Чрез играта детето най-лесно се сближава с другите, учи се да общува по ползотворен начин, научава с лекота нови знания и умения, учи се да контролира емоциите си. Наред с това, своята незаменима роля в процеса на ранното учене, разбира се, имат родителите и професионалистите, които работят в заведенията за образование и грижи в ранна детска възраст. Подобряването на грижите за деца и гарантирането на правото на всяко дете да живее в семейна среда са сред основните приоритети на Министерството на труда и социалната политика. Повече от 10 години сме ангажирани с развитието и утвърждаването на интегриран подход при предоставяне на услуги за ранно детско развитие, които подкрепят родителите в отглеждането и грижите за децата в ранна възраст. В резултат на това, в страната ни е изградена мрежа от услуги, които са пример за интегриран подход при предоставяне на услуги за ранно детско развитие, насочени към информиране и консултиране на родителите, превенция на рисковете в ранна детска възраст, включително чрез услуги за ранна интервенция на уврежданията, по-добро обхващане и подобряване на готовността на децата за включване в образователната система и други. Интегрираният подход в подкрепата за децата е застъпен и в плана за изпълнение на препоръката на Съвета за създаване на европейска гаранция за детето. С него целим създаването на рамка, която обхваща водещите мерки и интервенции за намаляване на бедността сред децата и насърчаване на тяхното социално включване. Планът обединява широк спектър от мерки на различни секторни политики – образование, здравеопазване, социални услуги, жилищно настаняване. Основен фокус е поставен върху мерките и дейностите, свързани с ранното детско развитие. Пожелавам успех на форума и вярвам, че споделените добри практики, изведени в рамките на проекта, както и разработените ръководства, ще подпомогнат съвместните ни усилия в подкрепата към децата. С уважение, Надя Клисурска-Жекова, заместник-министър на труда и социалната политика.
Благодаря. Имаме подкрепата на омбудсмана на Република България, професор Диана Ковачева. За съжаление не може да присъства, така че имаме нейн представител, госпожа Христова.
Благодаря ви. Наистина с извинение от името на професор Диана Ковачева, но както предполагам знаете, българската институция на Националният омбудсман разполага с един изключително широк мандат, който обхваща не само проблемите на правата на децата, но също така и множество социални проблеми, проблеми свързани с различни граждански права, и днес тя трябваше да се включи в една от другите теми – социалните права на българските граждани. В същото време обаче професор Ковачева остава вярна на основната мисия, която има институцията на омбудсмана, винаги да подкрепя и да дава дори своят принос във всички инициативи, които имат отношение към ранното развитие на децата, като една от темите, разбира се, в по-широката проблематика на правата на децата. В този смисъл е и нейният адрес към всички присъстващи. Уважаеми колеги, благодаря ви за поканата да бъда част от този важен форум, който поставя развитието на детето в ранна детска възраст и грижата за него в центъра на вниманието на цялата общност. Не само институционалната общност, но също така и все повече на академичната и експертната общност, като се проучват и апробират успешни международни модели и практики в тази област. Вече 15 години омбудсманът устойчиво наблюдава и монитира сектора на правата на децата, извежда препоръки и предприема различни инициативи, за да фокусира общественото институционално внимание върху проблемите и бариерите, които срещат децата при реализация на своите права. Като омбудсман с удовлетворение отбелязвам, че през последните години у нас има вече изградена сериозна експертиза и натрупани практически опит в областта на ранното детско развитие и грижа, като особено ценен е приноса на академичната общност, не само заради качеството на изследванията по темата, но и заради това, че именно в тази общност се подготвят бъдещите специалисти, които ще работят с деца. Институцията на омбудсмана устойчиво наблюдава и използва данните от изследователските проекти за формиране на политика и промяна на нагласите в областта на правата на децата, като винаги подчертавам в препоръките си, че е важно в процеса да не остава на заден план и зачитането на детските права. Те трябва да бъдат включени и като част от компетентностният профил на специалистите, работещи с децата в ранна възраст. Ще дам само няколко примера от моята работа, работата на институцията на омбудсмана за утвърждаване на ранното детско развитие. Може би първата и много разпознаваема инициатива, стартирала преди 3 години, беше широката правозащитна кампания за отпадане на финансовите бариери пред достъпа до детските заведения, като институцията изгради ефективно партньорство с множество от, предполагаме и тук присъстващите организации и академична общност, изследва проблема, изследва регионалните различия и излезе с конкретни законодателни предложения. През 2021 година една друга инициатива на институцията на омбудсмана, националната кампания «Синьо лято», имаше за цел да фокусира общественото и институционалното внимание върху въздействието на COVID-пандемията, върху психичното здраве на децата, включително и за децата в предучилищна възраст, които останаха твърде дълго в онлайн обучение. Тази година съвместно с Тръста за социална алтернатива организирахме публичен форум по проблемите на майчиното и детско развитие с акцент върху уязвимите групи, след който се формираха и редица препоръки за подобряване на подкрепата и грижата. В партньорство с УНИЦЕФ България и Европейската мрежа за омбудсманите за деца през изминалата година проведохме и изследването оценка на въздействието на мерките срещу разпространението на COVID-19 върху правата на уязвимите деца в България. Изследователските данни тук показаха, че почти винаги има диспропорционално разпределение на тежестта на мерките спрямо децата и мерките от типа едно решение за всички, които от тук нататък би следвало да се стремим да избягваме, особено в нашите управленски решения. Безспорно, отговорностите към правата на детето са част от демократичните практики в съвременните общества и, разбира се, те следва да развиват ценности, интегрирани и устойчиви национални системи за ранна детска интервенция, които да бъдат изградени на базата на интердисциплинарни, междусекторни, координирани системи от индивидуализирани интензивни услуги за родители на деца, особено за тези, които се намират в рискови ситуации. Най-важното е тези услуги да се предоставят в естествената среда на детето. И така, множество от темите, за които институцията на омбудсмана е пряко ангажирана, стават част от темите, в които се включват в изследователските проекти. Затова ви благодаря още веднъж за вашата отдаденост към правата на децата, за постоянството ви за внедряване и апробиране на авторски иновативни образователни модели, които развиват социалните и емоционални умения на децата в ранна и предучилищна възраст. И в края бих искала да заявя, че в тази ваша просветна мисия Националният омбудсман е ваш устойчив партньор и приятел в името на децата на България, защото посоката на развитие на една нация може да се определи само от първите 7 години от живота на децата й. Поздравявам ви още веднъж за огромният практически принос на проекта и пожелавам спорна и вдъхновена работа на конференцията. Благодаря ви.
Много ви благодаря. С удоволствие искам да поканя госпожа Кристина Дебройн, представител на УНИЦЕФ в България. Те са един устойчив партньор и от дълги години допринасят много чрез техните програми за благосъстоянието на децата у нас.
Esteemed guests, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me, the UNICEF representative for the United Nations Children's Fund, to be here with you all this morning. And it's really an honor to be amongst you all and to see so many experts, researchers and academia and practitioners. So really a great pleasure and a humbling experience for UNICEF to be here. And I really would like to thank the new Bulgarian University for, of course, hosting this conference, for bringing all of us together and for inviting the United Nations Children's Fund. Last year, at the end of 2021, the United Nations Children's Fund has published its first global report, The State of the World's Children on Mental Health. And it's UNICEF's most in-depth review of the mental health situation globally of children and young people in the 21st century. And according to the report, even before the COVID-19 pandemic, children and young people were burdened with various mental health states and deteriorating mental health without having serious investments to take real actions from governments. And so globally, we know, and the report shows, that only 2% of government health budgets are spent on mental health. And so the cost of inaction is huge. The cost of inaction, of not addressing this issue, is enormous. And the yearly economic loss is estimated at almost $319 billion annually. And so the loss of human potential that could have contributed to national economies is enormous. The cost, however, of course, how it affects people and children in real lives is, of course, incalculable. And data shows in Bulgaria that 11.2% of adolescents within the age frame of 10 to 19, we can say this is representing around 73,000 boys and girls, are faced with mental health disorders. 46% of children, at least once in the last 3 years in Bulgaria, experienced emotional or psychological violence, with undoubted consequences, of course, for their well-being. And every second student in 2020 reported negative feelings such as loneliness, anxiety, insecurity, due to reduced social context. So I believe that this conference comes at a very critical and timely moment, not just for Bulgaria, but really for the global world, looking globally within EU member states, but also globally and beyond. We see that introducing social and emotional learning in Bulgarian preschool and school education will help some of these very alarming and concerning figures I just presented to all of you. Additionally, research has shown that promoting students' emotional health and well-being has the single most important impact of any other intervention to improve overall academic achievements and attainment. I think this is really something to sink in. This conference brings us all together looking at social and emotional health and well-being, which
Не случайно съм тук. Не просто като представител на столичната образователна система и ръководител на тази система, но и като човек, който иска да изрази това, което правим заедно. Заедно, изследователи, седма детска градина вълшебство. Това, което правихте заедно в продължение на почти 3 години, наистина е вълшебство. Това е събиране на сили,
емоционални умения от децата, които ще ги подготвят за ползотворен живот. Вече 30 години Фондация за нашите деца работи за това всяко дете в България да расте щастливо в подкрепяща семейна среда и да достигне своя пълен потенциал. Ние подкрепяме както децата и техните семейства с интегрирани социално-здравни услуги, така и професионалистите, работещи деца до 7 годишна възраст, за да повишат своята компетентност в сферата на ранното детско развитие. Нашите изследвания предоставят данни и анализи за формиране на политики в тази сфера, основани на надежни данни. Безспорно е, че ранното детство е периодът на голямо развитие, но също така и на голяма уязвимост. Образованието и грижите в ранна детска възраст са фундамент за формиране на признавателни и социално-емоционални умения от детето. Тези умения пък са важни за неговото пълноценно развитие, одобряват усвояването на знания и поведението. За тях е необходима безопасна и стимулираща среда. Мария Монтесори каза, че средата трябва да дава богата мотивация, за да възбуди интереса на децата и да ги подкани да създадат своя собствен опит. Затова уменията на професионалистите да подкрепят индивидуалните нужди на всяко дете, в зависимост от неговото семейство и културна среда, са ключово важни. Приветствам усилията на проекта да насърчи и генерира практики в услугите за образование и грижи в ранна детска възраст, които подкрепят позитивното социално и емоционално развитие на децата. Нашата национална политика все още не е формирала ясни приоритети за професионалното изграждане и подходящи условия на работа, именно на специалистите в тази сфера. Изследването България расте с децата си, което Фондация за нашите деца направи през 2020 година, показва, че не е налична национална визия за професионалната компетентност на тези специалисти и като резултат няма общи изисквания за знания, умения, подходи, които трябва да бъдат част от университетското образование и да осигурят необходимата компетентност за подкрепа на ранното детско развитие. Научните изследвания, които аз самата правих в рамките на моята дисертация за прилагането на политиките на Европейския съюз за ранно детско образование и грижи в България, открояват и друга съществена слабост в професионалната подготовка на специалистите, а именно обучението за работа с родители. Все още не е достатъчно осъзната необходимостта от развиване на професионални знания и умения именно за работа с родителите. Известно е от опита на различните страни, че именно партньорството между професионалистите и семействата е много важно условие за развиване на социални и емоционални умения от децата. Убедена съм, че днешните събития, както и продуктите, изработени в рамките на проекта EUSEL, допринасят за по-добро осмислене на социалната роля на услугите за ОГРДБ за развитието на детето. Вярвам, че днес ще си тръгнем от тук вдъхновени и амбицирани да продължим да работим заедно за най-добрия интерес на децата и техните семейства. Децата и семействата в България го заслужават. Благодаря ви.
Така, а сега следва приветствие от ректора на Нов български университет, което също е видеообращение.
На вашата международна научна конференция. Уважаеми колеги, скъпи приятели, радостен съм да ви поздравя с откриването на вашата международна научна конференция, организирана от Департамент Когнитивна наука и психология на Нов български университет. Темата на вашата конференция, сами разбирате, няма как аз да ви обяснявам по-добре, отколкото самите вие бихте могли да я изтълкувате. Но самата грижа за състоянието, емоционалното състояние на децата в ранна и предучилищна възраст, както и предизвикателствата пред тяхното образование, всъщност е достатъчно ясен хоризонт за това каква наука правим в Нов български университет и около каква наука събираме наши гости и партньори в чужбина. Това е истинската грижа за онези, които идват след нас. Знам, че това много често се използва като едно автоматично, публично клише. Знаете ли тези изрази, че няма нищо по-важно от децата, че българинът дава всичко за образованието на своите деца, че е готов да умре за тях. Само, че това прави науката по-различно от всички други неща по света. Няма нужда никой да умира в името на децата си. Просто най-важното е да бъдем достатъчно умни и чувствителни, когато говорим за тях. Достатъчно прозорливи и достатъчно солидарни. Достатъчно изповядващи една по-различна професионална честност. Аз вярвам, че вашата конференция ще сбъдне всички тези намерения и ще постигне своите цели. Защото всички вие мислите за децата, за тяхното образование, за тяхното социално-емоционално състояние същностно, истински. Поздравявам ви и желая на конференцията на добър час.
И последното приветствие е от професор Лилия Гурова, ръководител на департамент Когнитивна наука и психология. За съжаление, тя в момента е в университета, но е в едни комисии и ми е изпратила написано приветствие, което да ви прочита. Уважаеми участници в заключителната конференция на проекта YouSelf, скъпи гости, за мен е чест и привилегия да ви приветствам добре дошли в този ден в аулата на Нов български университет от името на департамент Когнитивна наука и психология, който в лицето на доктор Надя Колчева е съорганизатор на това забележително събитие. На няколко стотин километра от нас в този момент се води война. Ние не знаем кога и как ще завърши тя, нито какъв ще бъде светът след нея. Знаем само, че този свят ще е различен от света, който познаваме, и това ще е светът, в който ще живеят нашите деца. Наш дълг е да ги подготвим по най-добрия начин за предизвикателствата, които ги очакват, и развитието на социални и емоционални умения са важна част от тази подготовка. Искам да поздравя участниците в проекта с наистина забележителните резултати, които са постигнали, и с това, че са предоставили свободен достъп до тези резултати. От тук нататък ангажимент на всички нас е да се възползваме от събраните ресурси в подкрепа на едно по-добро бъдеще за децата ни. Пожелавам успех на конференцията и ми се иска да вярвам, че приключването на проекта YouSelf, което тя отбелязва, не е край, а ново начало за едно плодотворно сътрудничество. Професор Лилия Гурова. Благодаря. Много благодаря на нашите гости за това, че ни оказаха честта да дойдат, и за милите думи. С това приветствената част приключи. Тъй като малко започнахме да напредваме с времето, аз продължавам направо с първата презентация, която имаме по програма. Тя е от госпожа Руина Феер. Грижи, споделяне, смелост, социално-емоционално развитие на 5-годишна възраст. Госпожа Руина Феер е заместник представител на Организацията за икономическо сътрудничество и развитие. Тя в момента е заместник на дирекцията образование и умения към организацията. Отговаря за международния проект ранно учене и благосъстояние на децата. Това е международен проект на организацията, който така е в своя ход. Тя е включена в анализ на полови разлики, социоекономически разлики при различни деца. Преди да се присъедини към OECD, тя е завеждаща в Министерството на образованието в Нова Зеландия. Така че имаше идея госпожа Руина Феар да ни посети. За съжаление това не се случи, затова тя ни е предоставила своята видеопрезентация.
Hello everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today about a topic that is of increasing interest in many countries, for education leaders and education practitioners, for policymakers and advisors, parents and researchers. And this is the social emotional development of children, especially in their early years. We are becoming more knowledgeable about the role of social emotional skills and helping children and young people to achieve healthy, happy and productive lives. These skills matter in themselves and greatly influence the types of citizens we become, but they also influence education outcomes. This development, even in the early years of life, supports us to persist and cope with setbacks, as well as fostering other behaviours that help us to achieve our goals. And these skills and behaviours are malleable. Children start to develop these first in their families and then build on them in early learning settings and in school. Social emotional development and learning in the early years is a lot about recognising, expressing and managing your emotions. This is not something we're born with. We need to learn to manage impulses and emotional reactions. And most people do, fortunately. If not, we find that life doesn't necessarily go so well, especially as we get older, and there are greater expectations about appropriate behaviour towards other people. Social emotional development helps us to make meaningful connections with others, with our peers, and making and sustaining friendships. This builds children's sense of belonging and well-being. It also feeds a positive upward spiral of stronger social, emotional and cognitive development. As I noted, children's social emotional development starts in their family setting, through children's interactions with their parents and other family members, the types of responses children experience and the behaviours they see in their family. In nurturing home environments, children are encouraged to both express their needs and become more independent, enabling them to safely and securely move beyond the family environment. Social emotional development also helps children to operate successfully as part of groups. This means participating in group activities, playing with and being accepted by other children. It includes behaviours such as agreeableness, enabling children to abide by simple rules like waiting for other children to have their turn. Children at 5 years of age should at this point be able to understand and empathise with others' experiences and perspectives. We expect that they are starting to accurately predict and recognise emotional responses in others and have a sense of others' perspectives. They also start to learn the skills needed to resolve conflicts. Social emotional development does also have a critical relationship with early cognitive development. The two are intermeshed and mutually reinforcing. Interacting often and well with other children helps children to develop their oral language skills, building emergent literacy, which is a key component, especially for a key competence, especially for later schooling. Having confidence around adults, feeling comfortable talking with teachers, all of these skills, these competence helps children to develop their language and other cognitive development. In addition, social emotional development helps children to persist in tasks, to consider and try possibilities, to think flexibly and to cope when things don't go well, and to manage their responses to ensure that setbacks don't become overwhelming obstacles or blocks to their progression. Longitudinal data from a range of studies consistently shows positive relationships between children's early social emotional development and later outcomes. This is clearly visible in levels of educational attainment. Children with strong social emotional development do better in school than other children, including children from otherwise similar backgrounds. Children with well-developed social emotional skills find it easier to be organised. They tend to be more diligent. They work cooperatively and effectively with other students. They ask for help when they need it, and they persist even when things are difficult. So it's not hard to see how or why these skills show a positive relationship with success at school. I'm going to draw on this particular synthesis of longitudinal data, and it shows here the effects of targeted programs for disadvantaged children in the United States. These programs tend to have a strong focus on children's social emotional development as well as their cognitive development. The difference in adult earnings, as you can see, between those who participated in one of these programs and those who did not is up to 25%. And we now have evidence on the positive flow-on effects on program participants' own children, and their effects on their style and their confidence in parenting, thus changing the expected intergenerational trajectory of disadvantaged families. The purpose of the International Early Learning and Child Wellbeing Study, or IELTS as it's known, is to help countries to put a greater focus on children's early years and to improve children's early experiences and outcomes. Thus, it is designed to help governments, but also to help education leaders, education practitioners, and indeed parents. It provides information on how well children are really faring and enables governments to learn from that data, but also from other systems, and to see how they can improve their early learning systems and environments to better support children. And they do this through having a common framework with other countries and comparable data. The study collects information on children's home environments, as well as their experiences in early childhood education and care, ECEC. We ask about parents' activities with their children, the resources children have access to, as well as other key indicators of children's development, such as their mother's education levels and the socioeconomic status of the family. The assessment includes children's emergent literacy skills, which means their oral language skills. There is no reading or writing in the assessment, as this isn't the best or the most appropriate indicator of emergent literacy at the age of 5, especially as there are differences across country on the age at which reading and writing are formally taught. Early numeracy skills are included. This refers to, for example, children's understanding of quantity and measurement. Self-regulation is a mix of both cognitive or executive functions, some of you may know that is, and social emotional skills, such as the ability to inhibit automatic impulses. A key skill, which is a key skill, as I previously mentioned. And of course, there is a significant portion of the assessment that is devoted to broader social emotional skills and behaviours. The skills and behaviours that children at this age need, both to do well at school, but also to achieve positive well-being. The study assesses children directly using stories, games, and other activities. These were created specifically for children of this age and stage of development. The activities are interesting, they're fun, and the tablet provides an intuitive, interactive mode that children very much enjoy. So direct assessments are short, approximately 15 minutes for each of the 4 assessments, which are spread over the course of 2 days. The child is supported by a trained study administrator to ensure there are no issues with the technology and that the child is comfortable and happy to engage in the assessment. The administrators also ask the children a set of questions, adding an element of child voice to the study. Some of you may be familiar with 2 of the publications that we've released based on what children told us. One is called The Future at 5, which provides a snapshot on 5-year-olds' aspirations and expectations about their futures, and the second is called Play, Create and Learn, which is insights from children about their views of their ECC centre or school. Parents and teachers also provide information on each child that participates in the study. We were particularly impressed by the levels of engagement from teachers in the study. The high participation rates, over 90% in each country, mean we have a lot of confidence in these findings. When we asked teachers why they were happy to participate, because these participation rates are quite extraordinary amongst international or even national studies of this type, the teachers told us that they believe there needs to be more focus given to children's early years, and they believe an international study like IELTS can achieve this. They also told us that they like the study, they like the design of the study, and they like the focus that equal the balance across social emotional development and children's cognitive development. Parents and teachers provided information on 6 areas of children's social emotional development: confidence, curiosity, empathy, sociability, trust, and what we call non-disruptive behaviour. As I go through the presentation, I'll show you examples of the questions we ask teachers and parents, so you have a better understanding on how we're defining each of these terms. Now, the data I'm going to present is based on responses of parents and teachers of just under 7,000 children from 3 countries, England, Estonia, and the United States. These countries were key in initiating this new OECD study, and they piloted the first cycle, showing the insights that can be gained from such a study, as well as how it can be used to support better and more equitable early child development. I'll start first with the relationship between the 6 areas of social emotional development and children's cognitive skills. The bars here show the correlation between each social emotional skill and 4 cognitive skills. The longer the bar, the stronger the relationship between the 2. You can see clearly here that there are different relationships between areas of social emotional development and children's cognitive skills. Nonetheless, all are statistically significant and positive. And these patterns were the same across each of the 3 countries. Children's curiosity shows the strongest relationship with all 4 cognitive skills. It is stronger than children's level of sociability or confidence, and a lot stronger than non-disruptive behaviour. Being curious, which also relates to levels of creativity, means being open, being interested in new things, and therefore more likely to learn. The weaker relationship with non-disruptive behaviour suggests that behaving well is likely to play a lesser role in children's learning. However, children who are disruptive may well be negatively affecting the learning experiences of other children, even if the detrimental effects on their own learning are relatively limited. Now, if we look at gender differences, we also see some interesting findings. Overall, girls generally have, or are reported to have, stronger social emotional skills than boys. And this is, other studies have found this, and it was certainly the case in IELTS. However, when we look more closely into the different aspects of social emotional learning, we see that girls are indeed stronger in empathy in particular, and also in non-disruptive behaviour and sociability. But the differences with boys are smaller in curiosity and in confidence. Therefore, in thinking about why it is that girls are usually much stronger than boys in some aspects of cognitive development, notably in language skills, it may be that girls' skills in interacting with and getting along with others may be helping more than the fact that girls are better behaved than boys. Girls are certainly reported to be better behaved than boys, but we saw from the previous slide that non-disruptive behaviour has the weakest relationship with cognitive skills across the 6 dimensions of social and emotional development that we're looking at here. The largest gender gap reported is in empathy. And you can see here the questions we asked, and in this case, teachers' responses. So most girls, 82%, were reported to understand others' feelings, often or always, whereas only 60% of boys did so. Similarly, 62% of girls were reported as often or always considering others' feelings, while only 44% of boys did so. In terms of active behaviours, around half, 52%, of girls often or always comfort others when they are upset, but only just over 1 in 4 boys, 28%, are reported to often or always comfort others. And as I mentioned, gender differences are much smaller when we look at curiosity, although there is still a statistically significant difference in favour of girls. In particular, more girls, 73%, are reported by the teachers as often or always liking to learn new things than boys, which were at 64%. When we look at the socioeconomic status of the child's family, we do see differences, but they are not as large as those relating to gender. But we also see a different pattern from those relating to gender. Children from advantaged backgrounds are reported by teachers as being much more curious than their disadvantaged peers. And this is a concern given the strong relationship I showed earlier between levels of curiosity and children's cognitive development. Children from disadvantaged backgrounds are also reported to have lower levels of empathy, confidence and trust than their more advantaged peers. Interestingly, the smallest difference is in non-disruptive behaviour. There is still a statistically significant relationship in favour of advantaged children, but it is by far the weakest relationship across the 6 social-emotional dimensions in relation to socio-economic status of children's family. But if we look more closely at curiosity, and remember that this is curiosity shows the strongest relationship with children's cognitive skills. We see that advantaged children, around 71 to 77%, are reported by their teachers as being curious, interested in many things, and that they like to learn new things. In comparison with smaller proportions of disadvantaged children, around 58 to 63%. So from this you can start to see what kind of learning environments you might want to focus on in giving disadvantaged children a level playing field, a strong start. But then going to the other end of the spectrum, if we look at disruptive behaviour, we see that the differences are much smaller in disruptive behaviour between advantaged and disadvantaged children. And on some measures, the two groups of children are quite similar, such as children who get upset when they feel they don't get enough attention from their teacher, and when they're asked to play in a different way. Now, recall that we asked parents about the activities they undertake with their children, and we can see that many of these are positively linked to their children's social and emotional development. This includes activities such as having back and forth conversations about how the child is feeling, engaging in play-based activities, and reading books with their children has a strong link with children's social and emotional development, as does when parents are involved in their child's SEC centre.
действия в общности на университета Вандербилт в Съединените американски щати, магистър по клинична психология от Софийския университет. От 2018 година е преподавател по социология, психология, научно-изследователски методи, оценяване на програми и други сродни дисциплини към Медицински университет Варна. Има опит в изследвания, използващи качествени количествени методи в роли на планиращ дизайн, интервюиращ, водещ на фокус групи, включен наблюдател, анкетьор и така нататък. Автор е на много доклади, специализирал е в количествени методи в психологията, оценяване на програми, методи за организиране на общности, групово-динамичен тренинг. През последните 5 години работи по проекти на Медицински университет Варна, МОН, УНИЦЕФ в България, фундация Лъчезар Цоцорков. Тъй като поради технически причини получихме преди малко презентацията. Така. Това е презентацията, изпрати видеото. Ага. Няма значение. Дай видеото. Това е Руина Фер.
Good morning. My name is Nikolai Mikhailov. I'm glad to be in such diverse and engaged community. I'm assistant professor at the Medical University of Varna, Bulgaria, with Dr. Nele Kolcheva from the Bulgarian University. Our goal is to provide you with an overview of social emotional skills and social emotional learning. We will summarize the current understanding of social emotional skills and social emotional learning, why they have become a priority of research and policy, how we research and measure social emotional skills, and how social emotional learning can effectively promote social emotional development. This presentation is based on mostly current research with the purpose and hope to be helpful in charting the next steps of SES and ACL promotion in Bulgaria and other national contexts. Let's start with social emotional skills, what they are, why they are important, and how we can measure them. These are 4 definitions from authorities on the subject, from the CASL community, which is the Collaborative for Academic Social Emotional Learning in the United States, from the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, and from the European Union, actually. So starting off, we can see that social emotional competence is the capacity to coordinate cognition, affect, and behavior that allows individuals to thrive in diverse cultures and contexts and achieve specific tasks and positive developmental outcomes. Another definition by the CASL community, the ability to understand and manage emotions, set and achieve positive goals, feel and show caring and concern for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. So a more specific enumeration of skills. The OECD definition. Social and emotional skills refer to the ability to regulate one's thoughts, emotions, and behavior. They may concern how people manage their emotions, perceive themselves, and engage with others, rather than indicating their raw ability to process information. So, SES is something different from academic or cognitive, strictly cognitive skills. And the European Union, personal, social, and learn competence is the ability to reflect upon oneself, effectively manage time and information, work with others in a constructive way, remain resilient, and manage one's own learning and career. Includes the ability to cope with uncertainty and complexity, learn to learn, support one's physical and emotional well-being, maintain physical and mental health, be able to lead a health-conscious, future-oriented life, empathize and manage conflict in an inclusive and supportive context. So basically this definition is almost like an enumeration of the concrete skills. Now we can ask ourselves what are the similarities and differences in these definitions. Let's try to make a summary out of them. I can say that these are social emotional skills are the abilities to know and influence our personality and our social context for positive personal and collective purposes. So this would be a short definition. We have no similar ideas, like 21st century skills, life skills, soft skills, transversal skills, and many other similar formulations. So this is not a new idea. We can also see that social emotional skills have both an instrumental and intrinsic value. Social emotional skills help you be successful in learning, predictive at work, well adapted to diverse social contexts, and a responsible citizen. But having strong social emotional skills also means that you're happy, you're autonomous, and you have a sense of belonging, which is great. A very important note is that social emotional skills are culture and context dependent. So different skills can be effective in different social contexts, and also different cultural contexts may have different meanings of positive purposes, collective or personal. You probably also noticed that some definitions talk about skills, some definitions talk about competence. What is the difference? Is there a significant difference here? Both of these mean abilities to do something. However, the concept of competence is more comprehensive and more specific because it, by definition, involves knowledge, behaviors, and attitudes. So being able to do something means you have the knowledge, you have trained the behaviors, and you have the attitudes to do that something. We see a transition from skills to competence in the way the Castle community and the European Union talks about social and emotional skills. OECD remains with the skills concept. Why and how are social and emotional skills important? They're important for many, they bring about many desirable outcomes. A sizable body of research now has established these relationships. Social and emotional skills bring about improved academic achievement, better job performance and career progress, better social integration for the individual, enhanced personal well-being, safer behaviors, your behavioral problems, more active citizenship, more tolerance to diversity, better adaptation and resilience to change, which is a part of our lives now. These positive outcomes are even more pronounced, strongly expressed, when we think about social and emotional skills in school. So within education, there is a cumulative effect of social and emotional skill development. Social and emotional skills directly enhance the social behavior of children, which in turn makes them more successful among peers, more self-confident, more satisfied with life. They help prevent problem behaviors rooted in stress and social adaptation. They give opportunities for more active engagement with us communities, which in turn leads to more self-confidence, self-esteem, a sense of belonging. SES creates safer and more supportive environment for learning and living. SES helps students know how they learn, manage their stress and impulses in school, focus better, be perseverant when they encounter problems with learning. SES helps students solve their problems, take responsible decisions. As an environment, SES facilitates engagement with and belongingness to a school. School is a good place now. SES helps students and teachers develop trust among each other, care, positive emotions, which in turn creates learning relationships that facilitate feedback, role modeling, enhance cognitive conditioning and evaluation. SES enable cooperative learning among peers. And SES facilitate pro-academic social norms and learning in the learning community. So in the school and outside of school. So all these pathways to the positive outcomes can be cumulatively achieved in an education context. How do we conceptualize social and emotional skills? Can we arrange them in a way that make them more understandable and more workable? Yes, we can. There are three conceptual models of SES that we'll present here. The first one is Castle, the Castle model. Castle divides social emotional skills into 5 domains or 5 areas: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. This is a very intuitive division because you can see on the right-hand side that these are skills directed toward self and toward the social context, and skills directed toward awareness or knowledge and influence or management. Cancer also puts a great emphasis on the context in which these skills are developed. The second authority on SES, or OECD, provides this model of SES, 5 plus 1 major domains: task performance, which is based on conscientiousness. These areas are based on the big 5 personality traits model, a very influential, very well-established psychometric and psychological model of personality traits. So task performance, which corresponds to conscientiousness, emotional regulation corresponding to emotional stability, collaboration corresponding to agreeableness, open mind corresponding to openness, and engaging with others corresponding to extroversion. And the 6th one are additional compound skills. And the European Union promotes now this conceptual model, which is called LifeComp or Life Competences. This is directly based on the definition we presented earlier on the personal, social, and regulatory competence. So these are divided into 3 areas: personal competences, social competences, and learning to learn competences. And there are 3 competences within each of these areas. You can see them on the figure. Each of these competences is defined in turn with 3 components: awareness, understanding, and action. So, for example, self-regulation has an awareness component, an understanding component, and an action component. So how do these models compare? How different they are? Well, they do differ actually. The Castle model, well, first, let's ask ourselves how these models were created. So the Castle model was created through a bottom-up process with gradual accumulation of knowledge from local problems. OECD was created through an extensive literature review and expert panels, and LifeCo, again, was created through a literature review, research literature review, and expert panels. The logic of these models: the Castle model has 5 domains. They are based on clear divisions: social, personal, and awareness and influence. OECD is also based on the big 5 domains, which is good. And LifeComp has its own logic based on EU definitions, but then developed through these more specific components. The scopes of the models: Castle has 5 domains, it's very comprehensive. OECD is also very comprehensive, being based on a comprehensive model of personality traits. And LifeComp has 3 domains, and we think it's less comprehensive in the sense that it's not clear whether it captures all social emotional skills. How authoritative are these models, the 3 models? They're all very authoritative, of course, but Castle also has this history of use in social emotional learning programs. It's prevalent in the US and North America. OECD is a newer model. It's based on a very rigorous cross-cultural testing and validation, which is actually ongoing, still going on. And LifeCo is based on the European Commission recommendations and EU laws. So that's the main source of its authority right now. Do we have instruments based on these models, instruments to measure SES? There are many instruments, many validated instruments to measure SES based on the Castle model. With age standards, there is no flagship instrument within Castle. The OECD develops its own instrument, which is model-based. It's in testing now, very rigorous testing. And LifeComp has not yet developed instruments, or there are no instruments developed by independent parties based on LifeComp. In terms of applications of these models, the CASA model has been applied in multiple social emotional learning programs and evaluations, thousands. The OCD model will be applied in the future, most likely in cross-national evaluations like PISA, and the LifeComp will be maybe in the future used in education and in lifelong learning competence frameworks. And finally, how do we measure social emotional skills? That's a very important question because we need to track the progress of children, we need to screen the current state of SES and social emotional development. We need to evaluate programs that try to promote and develop social emotional skills. There are three main approaches to measuring social emotional skills: direct assessment, behavior rating scales, and systematic observation. They all have their pros and cons. Direct assessment means that the child, or the subject more generally, performs a task that requires social emotional skills, thereby demonstrating her level of competence. Tasks can be various, like situational judgment tests, performance tests, games, or even activities where the child chooses a course of action or performs a series of actions. The cross of these approaches is that they tap directly into mental processes, so the child performs, showing how they think, directly measure behaviors, and avoid question-related issues. The cons of direct assessment are that it's more complex, has extensive application, fewer tasks can be included in an instrument because it's time-consuming, and it is in an artificial situation, also with a tablet or an expert interviewing the child, and also right answers can be learned. So there are some right answers. Behavior rating skills are another approach. With the behavior rating scale, a person familiar with the child's behaviors, could be an adult, could be a peer or a child himself, provides information about their SES by giving answers to questions or items about social and emotional skill behaviors. The answer should, of course, correspond to the child's actual behaviors. The pros of these approaches is that they're very simple and effective ways of collecting data from multiple respondents. More items, more questions means that we can collect data on a specific skill with more behavior descriptions. These can be administered by lay people. Data can be collected from multiple sources. They are many free-to-use instruments. The cons of behavior rating skills are that they cannot tap into mental processes. They are vulnerable to all the measurement, the test of validity or the measurement errors with questionnaires, which are unavoidable. And systematic observation means that a trained professional observes the child's behavior in real settings using a standardized registration form like a checklist, for example. The pros, this provides a very reliable and valuable way of measuring SES across different contexts. The cons are it's very complex and expensive, time-consuming, requires more time to achieve a representative sample of the child's behaviors. Alright, having talked about social emotional skills, let's see what we know about social emotional learning, the approaches and tools of developing social emotional skills. Some definitions from authorities again. The CASA community. Social and emotional learning is the process through which all young people and adults acquire and apply the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to develop healthy identities, manage emotions, and achieve personal and collective goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain supportive relationships, and make responsible and caring decisions. SEL involves a coordinated set of evidence-based programs and practices for enhancing social, emotional, cognitive development, policy behavior, and interpersonal relationships and academic performance. Social and emotional education refers to the educational process by which an individual develops social and emotional competence for personal, social, and academic growth and development through curricular, embedded, relational, and contextual approaches. So the third definition is the definition coming from European experts, and it's more focused, as you can see, on education than learning, which conveys more of like a formal education sense to the social emotional learning process. There's a common logic though to social emotional learning. You can see it on this figure. On the left-hand side, the panel shows the social emotional learning activities or programs or interventions. You can see that there are different levels: the level of the classroom, the level of the school, the level of the family and community. At the level of the classroom, we can have explicit SES instruction, the teacher training the children in social emotional skills. We can have SES-driven teaching practices like positive relationships, interactive approaches to learning. And we can have integration of SEL and the academic curriculum in the topics of the academic curriculum. At the level of the school, we should have nurturing of positive SES-driven school culture and climate. And at the level of the family and community, we should have partnerships with families, SES public education, provision of settings for youth activities, and social emotional development. If these things happen, we can have in the middle some proximal outcomes related to the students, the parents, the teachers, the community. So these are all positive outcomes. Proximal outcomes like improved skills, improved well-being and functioning, that then may lead to a long-term positive outcomes.
For this logic to work, there are certain principles for social emotional learning that need to be present, certain conditions that need to be present, so we can have these positive outcomes. Fortunately, these principles have been established through research. In terms of SEO instruction, direct instruction in social emotional skills, it should follow the so-called SAFE principles, to use a sequenced step-by-step training approach, to emphasize active forms of learning that require students to practice new skills, to focus specific time and attention on skill development, and to be explicit in defining the social and emotional skills that they are attempting to promote.
And also there's SEO principles for creating the supportive environments in the school and the community. Relationship-centered learning environments involve certain practices like trusting relationships, a caring community, adult support, and effective modeling of equity, fairness, and respect for diversity, consistency and expectations, adults helping student motivation by connecting new learning material to students' lives, opportunities for students to engage in challenging and active learning and practice their skills, regular occasions for students to have a voice in developing rules and norms, in choices about classwork, and opportunities for leadership. Opportunities for students to express their ideas and feelings in a helping atmosphere, in a supportive atmosphere, respectful atmosphere, and restorative rather than punitive practices that recognize that misconduct reflects developmental needs and need to be addressed. Is this worth it? Yes, because self-programs work. They do achieve these positive outcomes that we all desire. There are many studies that show how and why SEL programs work. Here are the results of two meta-analyses of school-based interventions, and these analyses encompass many hundreds of school-based interventions, and these meta-analyses show that SEL programs bring about improved social and emotional skills, academic performance, pro-social behaviors, and other indicators of well-being. However, program effectiveness depends heavily on the implementations of evidence-based SEL principles and practices. What is left to research in SES and SEL? Well, many things. First, we need to explore and identify the relevant SES and SES developmental standards in new cultural contexts. We need to adapt, create, and implement SEL programs in new national contexts, taking into account local knowledge and local experiences. We need to develop more instruments for accessible, free-to-use, and reliable assessments of SES. We need to explore and evaluate the workings and effects of multi-component, multi-level comprehensive SEO interventions. These are hard to measure. We need to develop and test SEO approaches that create equitable learning environments, supporting specific populations of children and youth. With a public health perspective, we need to examine how to most effectively fully integrate universal cell models with services at other tiers within multi-sector institutional activities. We need to examine the effect of ACL programs and the concurrent organizational change on educators and other adults. And we need to examine the ways in which national and regional level policies can enhance or reduce the quality of SEO implementation. Of course, more research and more basic research is needed in contexts where SES and SEL are still a novelty.
These are the sources we used. Thank you, and hopefully we can chart new ways of researching and being about social emotional learning.
Съжалявам още веднъж за техническия проблем и за това, че от видеопрезентациите звука не стига до кабината. Обещаваме да ги... Николай Михайлов би могъл да го запише и на български за тези от вас, които искат да чуят съдържанието, а иначе може да ги предоставим и с субтитри в последствие. Тъй като времето малко напредна, преди кафе паузата, имаме съвсем кратка презентация. Както ви казах, тя е за самия проект и какви са отделните неща, които сме разработили. Това е едно мото, което обикновено слагам, тъй като стана вече въпрос за това колко е важно да подготвим децата за нашето бъдеще. Това е от една реч, която е от доста години, т.е. още тогава е имало тази идея, че времената са били различни, но въпреки това наша е отговорността да подготвим децата ни. Именно това, развитието на тези умения, подготовката на продукти, които да ни позволят да ни дадат инструменти да развиваме тези умения по-успешно при децата ни, е целта на проект Yourself. Аз няма, това са всички наши партньори, изброих ги в приветствието. Ще мина по-бързо през тази презентация, за да не ви отекчавам. Пък и кафето вече ни чака. Имаме партньори от, както казах вече, Нов български университет, детска градина, 37 вълшебства от България, Галилео Проджети от Унгария, две организации от Португалия, университет Исмаи и Центро Сошал, университета в Тузла и Монтесори детска градина, Еразъм университет от Брюксел и Лунд университет. Причината в някои от държавите да има по две организации, това е целта ни беше да свържем наистина науката и практиката. Университета, но не просто ние изследователите да разработваме нещо, а т.е. да имаме връзката с практиката. Какво се случва реално, как би могло да се приложи, какво се случва там, в детската градина или детската ясла. Така че това е причината и то е съвсем умишлено. Още при планиране на проекта търсихме такъв консорциум, който да ни позволи тази връзка. И смятаме, че това е една от силните ни страни. Ще пропусна тези части с защо и ползи. Част от това вече се чу. Така, една доста богата схема. Следващия слайд си давам сметка, че е още по-натоварен, тъй като освен това, което сме разработили по проекта, в следващия слайд съм сложила и резултатите, картинки. Едно от основните неща ни е дигиталната платформа, За всичко това по-отделно ще имаме презентации след кафе паузата и след обяда. Едно систематично ревю, доста голям преглед, даже направо ще отида. Тук съм сложила скриншотове, затова казах, че слайда е доста натоварен с информация, което колегата от Лун ще представи. Имаме 4 книги. Едната е посветена на описание на държави. Всички държави в Европа, плюс Евразия и 4 държави отвъд Щатите, Канада, Австралия и Япония. Сме направили такива описания за състоянието и за развитието, изобщо как се случва развитието на социални и емоционални умения. Програми, колегата от Брюкселския университет ще представи програмите, по какъв начин ние сме ги систематизирали, извлекли, описали. Това е една от другите книги. Една от книгите тук съм сложила допълнително, защото това е нещо, което по проект не беше заложено, но с инициативата и голямото желание на колегите също от университет ИСМАИ беше инициирано създаването и на този наръчник. Той е допълнителен. Стана доста по-дебел от другите. Описани са различни инструменти, отново фокус е Европа и европейските страни. Допълнително към това инициирахме едно изследване, за което много няма да споменем. Съвсем накратко, сред психолози в партньорските организации, като тук идеята ни беше наистина да проверим каква е тази пропаст между инструменти, които практиците знаят, но и инструменти, които практиците използват. В различните страни, говоря за Европа, има страни, които са с повече инструменти, това също беше споменато в приветствията, разполагат с доста повече инструменти за работа, за оценка на децата. У нас така тази пропаст все още е малко широка, предвид това, че психолозите познават различен тип инструменти, но не всички тези, които са добри, златен стандарт, са налични у нас за употреба в практиката. И последното е книгата на проекта, в която сме събрали няколко неща. Описание на образователен контекст, описание на практиките на партньорските организации, разработен е един кратък речник, именно с това предизвикателство да сме на една страница, когато ползваме термините, и едни критерии за наблюдение, които сме ползвали при нашите посещения. Това съвсем накратко, за да не просрочваме много времето. Извинявам се още веднъж за тези от вас, които не можаха да се насладят достатъчно на двете презентации. Сега ни очаква кафе пауза. Тъй като има раздадени слушалки, много моля, отнасяйте се с тях с грижа към тях. А ти не си ли си изляла? Така, с тея проблеми се надявам. Излезе ли си? Затвори всичко.
Надя, питам, това ползвате ли го? Че Йоана ще го ползвате?
То е сложено.
То е свързано, може да си...
Мисля, че е свързано, защото тук друга дама го свързва.
На масата на нещо.
Next?
Yeah, after the break.
After the break, when...
Тя е дадена, няма нужда от
You need to know if you can see the presentation view, because I have some notes. Don't you have notes?
This is what I wanted to ask. That I need to see the presentation notice.
Yes, me too.
Otherwise, I cannot.
Yes.
Okay, maybe here.
Nadia, can we see our presentation? Because we have notes in presentation.
Okay, sure. Just a minute.
It is possible to put the presentation view?
Probably.
Eric, I don't have your...
I send it to you in the evening. I emailed to you, but I can check it.
Okay, can you upload
Yes.
it now? This is yes. Just to check. Ok. Sim, pode ser assim. Não, tem que ser assim, não pode ser assim. Tem que ser assim. E depois show prisma.
No.
Não. Então.
So when do you want me back, Nadia? When should I be back?
Aparece ali, não pode aparecer. No, Eric. Look.
No, but there is a point. Let me see here.
Can we use that note thing?
We can put if you put here.
And I have to talk into this.
No. And wait a second here and come here down and this point. And show presenter view.
Anything else I need to know?
No? Okay, but we are close. Again, go back.
We'll see.
Come here to this point. Screen.
Since your announcement is in Bulgarian, you just tell me when it's time.
Then go back, show presenter view. Then
See you in a bit.
Erica, can you please upload your presentation?
Yes, I will. But
I'm from Brussels.
It's finished. How can we put this? Nadia. Joana, aparece ali, não pode aparecer.
We can read what you're saying.
Desculpa mal. Да, имаме всички каквото. Така се движите с времето.
Yes, but it's because it's a copy, an exact copy.
Само 15
So you need to. So you should have. I don't know where is the screen. Is this one? No. I mean, I'm looking for the.
Да, има кафенце,
I'm looking
водичка.
for how I can go to the.
така ще спасти и време ще се спечели да се видим.
No. Stop touching the screen, little girl. Maybe. Screen.
Really strange because I was sending it to you at
Sorry,
11
I don't have
o'clock.
I didn't hear to understand.
But I don't want to extend. That's the one we're looking for. Okay. Keep changes.
What do you want to do?
So if you're now here.
Тя има бележки, които си е написала, иска да си ги чете, но да не се виждат на екрана. Явно това се пробва да прави.
So now it's.
Yeah, but presentation view.
Maybe you shouldn't change too much the settings because we already had. We don't need more technical problems.
Then, but you need to set
Yes.
because she wants to see the presentation view, but if you duplicate, you have the exact same, so she cannot do a presentation. So you should do without.
No, I have to print my notes.
I don't. I personally don't.
Then you have this one, but then you need to.
I need my notes.
Let me try.
It's because Nadia said you cannot change. I was afraid to change it because I don't want to. That's what I wanted to.
Okay.
No.
You play. Where are your notes?
My notes are in
No,
the
it's in the presentation here.
Oh.
And I can, and there's only for me, not for you.
There is a presentation.
Oh, no, please. I can't do a completely different thing. Sorry. But
we need to have a stick.
Can you have your notes?
That doesn't fit my computer. It's like super new, so I'm.
Sorry, there is a select notes below the side, maybe here.
But I can't print my notes. There's no.
We could figure that out. Okay.
It is possible to present, and the notes are just for me. That's a presentation view.
I just need to try something. You know if it works.
Косово, Сърбия, възможно ли е да стане нещо между Гърция и Турция в близко време и какво би имало това като ефект върху нашата страна?
Тези неща, които изброихте, за мое огромно съжаление, са възможни. И са възможно още повече. По дълъг списък неприятни.
Okay. Okay, can help you.
Okay, if it's helping you, it's an instruction how to.
I think we should just print on paper if this will work. Do you have it on a flash drive?
But can you?
I don't know how this works, and I don't think we have time to figure that out.
There's no. Now?
No, it's open. Yeah, okay.
But where are the preferences?
I put there.
If you just come in here.
Yeah, but. Show presenter view.
This is what you want.
I want, but this, it's just for me. In my computer, this not appear.
preference dialog. PowerPoint preference dialog.
Where is that?
But if I can print my notes
Where is
from
that?
it,
I don't see a preference dialog.
I think it would be here again. Hide presenter view.
Yeah, but
Again, but it must
yeah.
be.
Honestly, I don't know how this should work.
okay.
There's something about notes, but
Can
what
I
it does.
print my notes?
And here and
I don't think so. Because you know what? You say on your computer it works. Do you have it on a how do you have it? On a USB flash?
I have mine. And I
I
have the
have an
same one.
email. Can I send my notes and and it's possible to print?
And only the afternoon.
Yes,
the
it is,
afternoon,
but
so you can struggle when I will learn after your But you can use my computer if you want as a second to have your notes on my computer next to your computer.
And also an opportunity. And how can I step?
I think this is meant to step.
Because I can have my laptop, for example, here,
And then you just push it, and then have this one.
Oh, thank
Then
you, Beth.
that's if it's really.
You are the brain.
Yeah. No, the brain
Okay.
is.
You need your notes, right?
Yeah, but Beth.
I will have my computer here, and he can have the notes on my
Erica
computer.
needs to.
Because I can ask somebody to take it to the secretary.
How to
where you
print?
can
Or maybe
print.
it's even easier if you print.
For me, no, because I think it's very
But do
little.
you want to do it?
But if you print it, it's bigger. Normally,
Oh.
if you print it, it's not like this, but it's.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
So who wants to print?
I'm going with it. You have two options.
Yes, then you can.
Какво представлява прочутата теория 369 на Никола Тесла? Как работи с
It's because my computer only has these kind of things. Oh boy! You are. And then they say, I'm the brain. You are the brain. Erika has a. Okay, but we can do it later. Super. I have phone calls. Yes. Better?
I don't know.
Thank you.
You must just be very. They should not move too much.
Olha, isso quer dizer que já o teu inglês está muito bom.
Não, mas na escrita eu consigo melhor, Francisco. O meu problema é pronúncia. E depois falham.
Hide the presenter view. Select notes if you wish to hide the speaker's notes. Try to do again, not the presenter view. Try to click that.
Hey guys, I'm all yours. Oh, you got it?
No. No, we are trying right now.
This is not.
Okay,
Can we
try to
print?
click that.
Yes. Olha, vens, Érica.
Our options. Hidden, maybe. Try to do now. Representative. Okay, try to
present. Yeah.
Yeah.
Show presenter view. Guys, I need one of you. I'm sorry, but okay, let's go.
Maybe you try.
Right. Only September, you know, beginning of the school year. October is that's like chaotic. That's what I mean.
Yes, every year.
No, this year I'm doing at the end of the year. I need to just finish the project. Stop getting into for the next year. No, not a break. It's a break, not taking too much. Other than fashion and what I do. And I think it's just not to be involved in anything the rest of it, because I started having the idea that was the reality of my stretch I love this actually. Stretch. So I was thinking about, oh my god, I'm gonna start making people want to choose because I'm a psychologist and a teacher. So, my students can have better or worse theses, but actual patients take care of it. Yeah.
When the day when that person told me, okay, sit here and tell me your
yeah, exactly.
He understood that very much.
Yes, she told me. Well, doctor, I think you have something to do.
Yes, exactly. They started suggesting.
Are you okay, doctor?
that's like an exercise circle with preschool children that could have some health benefits, and then it could accidentally have some social skill benefits as well. And that's quite interesting, but that's not what we're looking at in this study. We're looking at tools built specifically to teach social and emotional skills. And for the C, comparison or control, we looked at high quality design, so experimental or quasi-experimental. And that means that when you do an intervention, you do them for some preschools, and then you have preschools to compare with that didn't get the intervention. So you want to make sure there's a contrast, a kind of difference that we can observe between these groups. And then for the O, the outcome, we had just a broad search of any relevant outcome. So it could be social emotional skills, or it could be problem behavior, some sort of impact that these interventions have quantitatively. So we did a broad search first, ended up with about 5,000 studies or publications. We painstakingly reviewed and screened all of these, looking at titles and abstract, and ended up with about 105, which is about 2% of these studies were considered a bit relevant. And then we had a lot of work looking at these 100 studies to make sure, these studies that seem relevant, are they really relevant when we're looking more deeply at them? And it turns out most of them were not relevant. We only ended up with 2 systematic reviews in the end. So from 5,000 publications down to 2. And these are the 2. A study by Blewett and colleagues in 2018, and a study published in 2020 by Luo and colleagues. And they have a bit different wording here, but they're basically kind of looking at the same thing as we are interested in looking at. So what are the effects of social emotional learning preschool interventions, basically? And they had a few differences in how they did the same thing as we did. They screened a lot of studies, Blewett about 13,000, Luo for some reason screened 30,000 studies, so they had some difference in how they were searching. Ended up with about the same number of studies that they looked at more deeply. And then when they start to include studies in their systematic reviews, they were a bit different. So Blewett had almost 80 studies, and Luo only about 40. So for some reason, Luo ended up with only half the studies that Blewett and colleagues had. Some of these are because of age. Blewett had a bit more extended search radius for the age range. So they had like 2 to 6 year olds included. Luo only had 3 to 5 year olds included. But there's still some studies that we're not sure why they didn't include, or vice versa. So there's a lot of overlap, but some of the non-overlap is unaccounted for, and there should be a lot of overlap because these are very similar studies. So we're not sure what that is about. And basically, what they did is a so-called meta-analysis. So you can do a systematic review, and a lot of systematic reviews also add a meta-analysis, and that when you take, you summarize the quantities of the outcomes into a single measure. So they had a different approach, a bit different approaches to these. Blewett calculated Cohen's D, and Luo calculated Hedges D, and just don't worry about that, they're very similar, so you don't have to remember what I just said. And the point of these is that they're all in the positive direction, they're all in the expected direction. All of the outcomes said social and emotional interventions give the benefits that we're expecting. So that's all this is saying. The problem is that we judge this as having a high risk of bias. We promote a more cautionary or tentative interpretation of these results. So while it's exciting, we're not as excited as they are. And the reason for that is something that has been lifted a bit earlier today, and that's that SEL, social emotional learning, is a very broad concept. We have a lot of different, we use the same words, but we don't always mean the same thing, basically. And that could be good in some situations. In this situation, when you're summarizing things, especially quantitatively, it may produce unreliable results. So basically what they're doing, they're summarizing many different interventions into one effect size. That could be a problem because you have social emotional interventions that are very integrated, like you learn a practice, a skill as a teacher, for instance, specific behavioral feedback or praise, like, oh, thank you so much, children, for cleaning up very nicely, look how clean this is. So that could be one way of increasing skills. It could be an intervention that is more lesson-based, that you're having specific, let's have a lesson about friendship skills or something like that, and then you will be directly teaching the students or the children something about friendship skills, and maybe have even a manualized lesson package like paths or positive action or second step or some kind of manualized intervention like that. And then you also might have some kind of mindfulness intervention or mindfulness exercises and things like that. So mixing all these, when you do meta-analysis or systematic reviews, you usually want some kind of, you're comparing apples to apples, oranges to oranges, and this becomes more of a fruit salad, and you're not really, and it's difficult to taste the individual parts of things. They're hard to recognize the individual parts when it's very mixed like that. And that also becomes increasingly difficult when it's different kinds of study design that have different risks of bias. They use very different outcomes. Some are looking at Liu and Blewett. They had these few outcomes, but in these specific outcomes, like problems behavior, for instance, there can be a very different way of measuring them. And that's also very difficult if you are doing that kind of synthesis, that you don't mix these methods of assessment too much, because some measurements are kind of easy to see change in, some assessments are quite difficult to see change in, so there can be a lot of risks in doing that. I think when there are more medical meta-analysis, they have like maybe a specific substance, like paracetamol or something. And then when they have outcomes, they have maybe a specific biomarker, like systolic blood pressure or something. And maybe very similar design, like all of them are double-blind studies. So that becomes more of an apple-to-apple comparison. With these kind of mixed bags, it's less useful. Practitioners, policymakers will still may have to go back and look at the individual studies, the primary studies, instead of relying on these systematic reviews that are made to make things easier for us. So we think the results of these systematic reviews should be interpreted with caution. It's hard to say that all cell interventions in preschools provide good results or positive outcomes. You're probably better off looking at the specific programs or studies or things like that. So that's unfortunate because you want something substantial to say with your systematic review. And it's also important that the primary studies in themselves are of high quality. We saw many flaws in the primary studies as well, and that also increases the uncertainty when you're summarizing these things. So recommendations for future systematic reviews might be that you look at more specific things within social and emotional learning. So maybe you have a specific systematic reviews that look specifically at mindfulness exercises and their outcomes, specifically at lesson-based intervention and their outcomes, or something like that. So it's important that we're very precise in what we're talking about, and not always using social and emotional learning as a very general umbrella, because as you've seen, there are a lot of different ways of conceptualizing social and emotional learning, and in some situations we need to be quite precise in what we're talking about, what we're studying, what we mean, to make things useful when we're doing studies like these for policymakers, practitioners, and other researchers. So yeah, 15 minutes, Nadia. That's it for me.
It's exactly 15 minutes. Questions?
Yes. Wait for the question. Can I have a picture of you with this nice? Stay there. In the middle.
In the middle.
Smile.
Имаме няколко минути за въпроси. Ако някой има въпрос, имаме микрофони. Имате ли въпроси към Дариуш? Както той каза, статията е на свободен достъп, налична е онлайн. Има също линк в платформата и в сайта на проекта. Имало е въпроси относно книжки и така нататък. Абсолютно всичко е качено онлайн, на свободен достъп. Нямаме въпроси. Извинявам се. Може ли? Да. Добре. It's open.
Искам да попитам дали има изследвания, които определят каква част от ежедневието на децата би трябвало да бъде заета от тези специфични програми, които вие казахте. И знаем, че децата на тая възраст трябва да спят 12 часа. Остават останалите 12. Доколкото на мен ми е известно, чуждоезиковото обучение също казва, че е много важно до 5 годишна възраст да има такава част в детските градини тук в България. Същото се отнася за музиката. Има ли изследвания, които казват еди каква си пропорция от дневния режим на децата би трябвало да бъде фокусирана, специално насочена към социално-емоционалните, изграждане на социално-емоционални competences?
Yeah, so the main question, as I understood it by Nadia's translation, is how much children or students should be exposed to social and emotional programming, basically. And I think there are different answers depending on the intervention, and I think there's a lot to be studied. And that's also one of the things that should be very important for primary studies to specify the dosage and what the response is based on this. But we can see that there's a few lesson packages, for instance, that have effects in preschools, and they are like based on maybe two or three times, about 20 to 30 minutes a day, or it could be 4 to 5 times a week, 15 or 20 minutes a day, if the package itself is a good package that has been quite rigorously developed and tested. But that's for lesson-based, so there are also more integrated practices, and that's kind of hard to answer right now. But I think this is an area where we need to be more specific and study more rigorously, so we have better answers to that kind of question. But right now, as we saw in these systematic reviews, they tried to look at things like dosage and things like that, but there was not enough data. Too few studies looked at these parameters, and that made them hard to analyze in the end. But it's an important question.
Maybe if I can add, what is really important when we're talking about skills is not just the dosage, the activities, but also that it needs continuous intervention. It's not just one activity this week and then another activity in a month or another one in 2 months. It needs really programming and following, would it be lesson, package of activities, so yeah, but it really needs continuous intervention. Благодаря. може би да представя следващия ни лектор и темата "Технологии за повече и по-добро образование, цифрови ресурси за социално-емоционално развитие". Франциско Мачадо. Аз ще го представя на английски, но всъщност той ще представи отчасти и платформата, която вече споменахме. Francisco Machado is a psychologist, full member of the Portuguese Order of Psychologists, specialized in social and educational psychology and clinical and health psychology. He is also an associate professor and researcher at Maia University in Portugal, with several national and international publications in the field of school and educational psychology and interpersonal acceptance and rejection. He is a professional and academic internship supervisor, mainly in educational context, and master and doctoral thesis supervisor in the same field. He has participated and or coordinated in several nationally and internationally funded projects, namely in 7 European Union's Erasmus Plus program, and in the field of educational psychology, professional training and technology and digital tools applied to psychology and education. Francisco Machado.
Because I was planning on showing the website.
Okay. This should work.
Good morning, almost good afternoon. Yeah, I know that we are talking before lunch, which is a challenge because all of you start thinking about lunch. So I'll try to be brief, so you won't start getting away very smoothly. Well, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here, so I'd like to thank my good friend Nadia. She's more than a colleague now. We've been working together for some years now. So it's a true pleasure to be working with friends, and especially on EU's Health Erasmus Plus project, which I find to be very relevant and important because we are playing a dangerous game with our future in terms of not doing a very good work, a very good job in educating our kids, our children, to be socially and emotionally competent. And because all of I'll speak a little bit more about it in my second presentation, but we must understand that most of the problematic issues that are going on Europe nowadays are a direct product of flawed education, and that's a fact. The lack of empathy does not stop at childhood or adolescence. A lack of empathy reaches adulthood. And when I am an adult without empathy, I can easily forget that human beings are the ones that are going to be hurt when my interests are put in front of everybody. So we must understand that social and emotional learning is not something that we should address as maths or languages. With all due respect, I think that social and emotional learning should be the core of the educational systems of all across Europe and the world. But that's something for another presentation. This one is about working with technology to improve education. One of the objectives of our project was to be useful, to be of some use for the people that are actually working on the field, for teachers, for school psychologists mainly, but psychologists in general, for parents, for kindergarten teachers, anyone that is working with kids, directly with kids, to work on social and emotional learning. And digital resources are a very interesting and useful way of reaching these people, reaching those who matter to reach, because there's a very big problem in academia and in research, which is actually no one that matters reads our work. There's a lot of excellent research that almost never reaches the ones that truly matter, which is people that work, and that's a big problem. I think that digital resources, like the one that we built for EU Self project, can be or could be a solution for that problem, for that gap. But any technological application or digital solution is as good as people are willing to use it. If people don't use an application or a certain digital solution, it doesn't work. It's not good. So we need to besides creating these tools, these digital tools, we need to engage people to use them and to reach the information that can be of relevance for their work. So that was our main goal. But let me start by I'm going to talk about three important key topics today, which is one, the importance of digital resources, our mission and aims at EU Self for this matter, for this output, and also I'm going to show you a little bit of our digital platform just for you to see it. I'll leave the link and the address so you can use it, and I truly hope that you will use it in the future to reach all the materials that we were able to compile and edit for you to be able to use easily. So digital resources are the key to fixing very important issues. One of them is the lack of effective science communication. What I was saying just a second ago, which is a lot of good science doesn't reach the public. So I think digital resources are a very good way of fixing that problem. Another one is the lack of connectiveness between researchers and practitioners. Sometimes, or in a lot of situations, for example, in school psychology, which is my area, it's not as easy as it seems for teachers and researchers to work. It's not. We have to build special consortiums, special groups to work, and it shouldn't be that way. It should be something that is regularly done. Teachers and school psychologists that work in the field should have a very easy access to universities and research, and not to be as difficult as it is nowadays. Information about social and emotional learning intervention frequently does not reach those who matter the most, and that's a big objective of ours, which is to show you all that is good practices going on in Europe that you can adjust, adapt, and use, or even serve as inspiration for your own work to create something on your own turf, on your own context, but inspired on the work of other people. Then lack of multidimensional professional network, which is teachers working with psychologists, working with social assistants, working with pediatricians, working with a lot of different professions, because all these professionals can be more effective on working with social and emotional learning, because not all of us have the same kind of training on social and emotional development, but we can work cooperatively and be able to do our best work if we can interact with different professionals that can complement our work. So, and I think that's something that's very important also. Lack of awareness of good practice. Sometimes we don't know what's going on. We don't know, for example, I just found out about very interesting material that was presented just in this conference. So it's important to know about, okay. Lack of a wide international multicultural hub. I think it's important to work with people from other countries, because they have different ways of thinking about the same problem. It was a very eye-opening for me to go and visit a kindergarten school in Sweden, which is very different from the ones that we have in Portugal. I would talk about it, but I don't have time. But it's very interesting. That's something that was very enriching in this project. I think that people should have the opportunity to regularly visit other countries to know how they do it there. Because sometimes it's not better, it's just different. And they, ooh, that's a good idea. After all, Swedes are not crazy to leave babies sleeping outside, because it's actually good. In Portugal, that's completely impossible. So, okay, and then a lack of widespread and significant. Another thing that we aimed was to create some kind of movement of wave, because we need to have the more people, the better, working on social and emotional learning and development, because people tend to say, oh, SEL is very important, but too much work, too much resources, we'll do something like this. And like Nadia was saying, doing very individual and contained in time intervention doesn't work. At least 1 year of intervention, or else it won't work. It's proven for like 20 years in terms of research. So our mission, develop a digital tool that could be used to address most of the issues that boycott dissemination. So disseminate. Show what good practices are, and try to engage people to use them on their own contexts. So we aim to compile information about good practices and make it available in a user-friendly platform. If a digital platform takes more than 2 or 3 clicks for you to reach the information that you want, it's not a good digital tool. So we try to do it as simple as possible, because sometimes we give up at some point because we have like 10 clicks and we are starting to get annoyed. I don't want this, I don't know how to do this, and we close it. And a lot of good information goes without dissemination. So we tried at least, okay? Provide a space where education professionals can interact. We have a forum and a blog on the platform. Use it. Talk about it. Talk about what you need. Talk about what you think. Reach out to other colleagues that have materials. Oh, I like that material. Can you send me to me by email, FedEx, whatever? Okay, I'll send it to you. Good. Have you something that I can use? Send it to me. Communicate, people. Nowadays, we have that opportunity through internet, through social media, and through a lot of good communication channels. At least in Europe, we have them. Let's use them. Or use self-digital platform. It's there for you. And then build bridges between research and practice. We want feedback. If you want to say, okay, you put this on your website, I tried it, it's awful. It doesn't work. I traumatized kids with it. It was really bad. So we appreciate that. We won't get offended, and we really want that feedback. It's important for us to make it better. Error is the motor of development. So let's communicate with us. It's important. So this is the website's address. I hope that I can open it just for you to have an idea. Oh, here it is. Yay! It worked. Oh yeah. If you ever think about cooperating with software developers, word of advice: train social and emotional development. You'll need resilience, you'll need patience, conflict resolution, empathy, stress management, and Nadia. Yeah. Yes. Nadia knows what I'm talking about. So you have assessment measures, country overviews, programs, publications, blog, and forum, right there for you to use. All of our production, all of our outputs are stored here. If you go to, for example, assessment measures, you'll have a complete list of them. Every measure that we were able to compile that's related with self-assessment. And when you click on it, you have a description and the document with a full review of the measure, with the references and the way to reach it, because some of these measures obviously are copyrighted, so you have to have a care with that. Oh, I'm sorry, I hope I didn't. Yeah, I just did that. Sorry. Okay, here we go again. Also the country overviews, the programs. Let me show you the programs. We have a nice map from, it worked. I'm joking because actually this was one of the hardest parts to make work. The map kept not showing up, so I'm very happy it did. You have programs, a lot of programs that we compile that are being used in different countries. You have like, for example, the very well-known Incredible Years from the United States. For example, it has all the countries where it's being used, information, and you got the PDF also to read a little bit about it.
Maybe you can show also the publication button where all the publications are uploaded.
Yeah. All the outputs.
Download the full books.
For example, country review book, you have it here, just available for all of you to use. And if something goes wrong with the platform, please give us the feedback. Also the blog, which has several posts about specific issues on social emotional learning, small pieces of information, and also the forum over here, where I don't have the login here, but you do the login and you have the access. That's something that
maybe this we need to tell that using the blog and the forum you need to register.
Yeah, to register. Yeah.
All the other resources are free of charge. You can just download whatever, search by criteria you want, and etc. But using the forum and the blog, you need to register in the platform.
Yeah, we don't ask.
It's really easy.
Yeah, we don't ask any personal questions. You don't have to put there your credit card number. You can if you want, but I won't recommend it. But yeah, it's just email and your name, and we expect all of you to interact with us. We are also connected to it, so it's easy for us to communicate with you and start this wave of social emotional learning going on towards the future, because it's very, very important. And if you noticed, I just did 2 or 3 clicks and you get the information, so it's really easy. So
maybe a couple more minutes.
Yeah, just to conclude, I think we were able to make a useful source of information for assessment and intervention that you can use. The idea, I think it's easy and accessible. The idea is not for you to just replicate what's there, but use it as an inspiration. And if it doesn't make a sense in 1 or 2 points, just feel free to use the forum to ask us. I think that the program is good, but this part I don't know. Do you think it can work this way? Feel free to interact. It's easily reachable for everybody, including parents. I think that one thing going forward that I think it should be something to do next is to have a section just dedicated to parents, because this platform is a little bit more for teachers and school psychologists, for professionals. And I think that something that we should do in the future is do exactly the same but directed to parents because they need to have the information edited in a different way, and I think that's the next step for us, I think. It's a resource, it's a dynamic tool that can be used, it can be expanded and updated. That's something that we encourage you to do, which is if you have a good program, if you have something that you used and works in your school, in your community, tell us. We want to include it in the information that we have about cell intervention. And lastly, it's important to promote cooperation between countries, because each of the countries, we found out in our consortium, we found out that being from different countries, we had different ideas for the same purpose, and that's something that I take off a very positive take for me from working in EU Self project. So that's for now. That's it for me.
Може би два въпроса, тъй като нещо времето доста напредна. Имате ли въпроси? Добре, може би направо продължаваме нататък. С голямо удоволствие каня и давам думата на Йоана Маринова, представител на фондация Лъчезар Цоцорков. Те са една от организациите, чиято подкрепа даде възможност на част от вас да пътуват и да са тук днес, и с много силен фокус в социалното емоционално учене. Заповядай.
Супер, а презентацията може да...
Извинявай.
Ако искаш да започваме с представянето. Да, добре. Не знам дали работи, видях, че друго се опитаха да учат. Добре. All right, so I am extremely pleased to see so many people here today, not only from the European partners, but also from all over Bulgaria. And just during the break, I was talking to some of you, and we're not just gathered researchers and academics, there's psychologists here, there's educators, there's consultants, there's people from all walks of life, which is really wonderful because it not only shows a commitment to the well-being of children and the future of our society, but it's also a very important ingredient to integrating social-emotional learning and the topic of my presentation. That is, how do we create an ecosystem? The other two are applying a systemic long-term approach, as well as creating a living process that answers to emergent needs and has the built-in flexibility to be responsive. And I will illustrate all three in the time that we have together. So my name is Joanna, and I am the executive director of the Lăcezar Țoțorcu Foundation. And I will be sharing with you what we're doing to contribute and to create this ecosystem here in Bulgaria. This is, of course, from the perspective of a funder and a practitioner, which I believe is important because the organizations and people who fund this work can have a huge impact just by the way that they design their call for proposals. So being well-informed when structuring these interventions is crucial to the success of the programs. So when our founders created the foundation, they embedded some very ambitious goals into our charter. And we, of course, decided to start with a focus on education being at the root of all of the other causes that we supported. But education is a daunting topic that can span from birth to our last breath. So we decided to begin with the issues that we wanted to solve. Bulgaria faces an existential crisis driven by low birth rates, high immigration, low educational achievement, and inefficient public institutions, all resulting in Bulgaria being one of the poorest, if not the poorest country in the European Union. And although Bulgaria's development path over the past decade has been indeed remarkable, it has not been inclusive enough. Indeed, its economic growth does not necessarily translate into a reduction of poverty and inequality. So when we broke it all down, we found that at the root of the successes and the challenges that we faced was early childhood education. Indeed, all of the research we did showed that the brain plasticity, thus the chances of success, were much higher in these early developmental years. Now that we had narrowed down our age group, we had to find the intervention most likely to produce results. And Francisco will be happy that the academic research did reach us, that we did use it in designing our work. I'm sure it will come as no surprise that there's been over 213 controlled studies that show that the implementation of such programs have a huge benefit. It's important to note that even a short-term intervention produces results for the physical and mental health of students. Furthermore, we as a foundation, just like any other individual, government, and organization, work with limited resources. This means that in order to be good stewards of our resources, it made sense to direct them towards the highest point of impact, which we decided is social-emotional learning. Research shows that social-emotional learning has an investment with a return of 11 times in expected future productivity and potential for good and personal income as a result of development of those skills. Of course, there isn't a golden standard for social-emotional learning. The international community is still developing various approaches, testing them, and studying them. So we set off with the intention to produce a diverse set of locally sourced solutions, focusing on 3 to 10-year-olds with the goal to also create an evaluation methodology, fund interventions that would cover all regions in Bulgaria, thus accounting for the different realities faced in small towns and villages as compared to Sofia being the capital city, and that cover various target groups such as parents, education specialists, NGO professionals, children with disabilities, and children from minority and disadvantaged groups. Although the 14 interventions that we funded were relatively short in duration, they lasted from a year to a year and a half, our strategy presented a long-term plan broken down into 3 5-year cycles, each with 4 phases. And this is, if you remember, our second factor to success, which is to make a long-term commitment. This is a journey that once the ecosystem has been created, needs to have a long-term perspective so you can really travel that road together. The phases of our strategy are research and development, synthesis, validation, and scaling. During the R&D phase, which we just completed, our plan was to fund 14 social-emotional learning interventions, extrapolate the best practices from those interventions, create evaluation instruments that would track the progress of them, and form a professional learning community. During the second phase of synthesis, which we are now, we would create a working group of experts who would then synthesize these practices, which emerge from the intervention, into a methodology for teaching social-emotional learning, along with a teacher training course, and an instrument for direct assessment and direct evaluation, meaning that the children themselves would answer evaluation questions in order to assess the effect of the program. And lastly, secure a partnership with the Ministry of Education. Following that is validation. So it's a very logical progression through the different stages. Now that we have a methodology and a teacher training, it will be time to test it, and we will do so in a sample of schools that are nationally representative. All of this leads to, of course, scaling, where we would disseminate the program on a national scale, integrate social-emotional learning into the national educational priorities, and then repeat this entire cycle that you see for grades 5 to 7. It's important for me to note that everything that we develop, including the instruments, are provided at absolutely no cost to all teachers and all students in Bulgaria. Of course, if you are a practitioner in this room, you know that things that might look really neat and well organized on a paper rarely happen that way in the messy reality of real life. So our initial straightforward stage quickly grew and grew and grew and grew and grew to what you see right now on your screen. That is because our ecosystem, and this is the third element of successfully integrating CEL, is to create a living process. A living process responds to and affects its environment. And in designing our work, we aim to be responsive to the actual needs that were emerging along the way. The project we funded had a team of evaluators who designed the evaluations, instruments, and then conducted the assessment and produced a report analyzing the impact of each intervention. Няма никакъв шанс на 20 минути, имам. Да. Да, пише 20 в програмата. Съм се объркала, както и да е. Additionally, we had a team that monitored the projects through project reports, financial statements, and site visits. We also felt that the project partners needed support, and if we were to live up to our promise of being real partners, we needed to provide them with these resources. To that end, we made the very unorthodox decision as a funder to hire an external team of psychologists, and based on the clinical supervision model, we provided structured support and guidance through individual consultations to every single program participant for the entire duration of the project. We also created the creation of a professional learning community. This community was made up of 31 organizations. They received training, exchanged best practices, published newsletters, and in reality act as ambassadors to the social emotional learning cause in Bulgaria, which then was largely unknown in Bulgaria. We quickly became aware that in order to achieve systemic change, we needed to engage the Ministry of Education and other key stakeholders, and to that end, we had to engage in advocacy. We commissioned the creation of an advocacy strategy that provided a detailed stakeholder analysis and analysis of existing regulatory and legal framework and potential options on how we can integrate CEL. So what did we achieve in this very short intervention period of time? I did mention it was a year and a half. We have nearly 400 trained teachers, over 6,000 parents, over 4,000 children, and 80 plus towns and villages in Bulgaria covered, including 3 kindergartens. All of the projects showed improvement in self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making, which is based on the CEL framework. And on the your right-hand side, you can see the results extrapolated from one specific project. Keep in mind that, again, the project interventions were really short, so we didn't expect to see statistically significant improvements, but several of the projects did show those as well. So, in addition, the CEL community represented 25 organizations and grew. And in order to be ready for the next phase, we will be creating a direct instrument for evaluation. We engaged researchers, Nadia being one of them, from the New Bulgarian University and the Medical University of Varna to conduct research that identified available tools for assessing social and emotional skills. And based on what I mentioned, the third element, which is to have a living process, we had some opportunities that emerged that we couldn't say no to, one of them being OECD. They launched a new assessment instrument for social and emotional learning, an international survey, and we funded Bulgaria's participation. That research will be conducted next year. The results will be coming out in 2024. For us, it was very important to have data that we could present to the Ministry of Education in order to make our case as to why social emotional learning was important. The second program, the second point in red came as feedback from one of us program participants that mentioned that we should also integrate social emotional learning in the university programs, and to that end, we have a partnership with Sofia universities. So, of course, creating a living process means accounting for shortcomings as well as successes. So there are definitely things that we did not succeed at or that didn't go as planned. The first point to what Darius was saying about that there's not so much practice in kindergartens, in preschools, we found that to be true here as well. Out of all the projects that we had applied, only 2 of them wanted to work with kindergartens, and out of those 2, only 1 successfully completed the project. This means that we don't have enough best practices to build off in the second phase of the project. However, we have not given up on working with them. We adjusted our plan so the current cycle is for 1st to 4th grade, and then we will repeat parallel the entire cycle, specifically focusing only on kindergartens. The second point will be no surprise if you are Bulgarian in this room that we struggled with was our partnership with the Ministry of Education. The reason being the unfavorable political situation. We don't have a formed parliament. There was elections held several times. And in this political instability, it's nearly impossible to secure a long-term partnership with the Ministry of Education. The last part involved parents. Almost all of the projects experienced difficulties working with parents. That is something that we have taken as feedback and will be incorporated in the next project cycle because parents remain an integral part of our process. So the next slide the next part is the synthesis, where we have formed 2 working groups of professionals that will be putting together all of these best practices and products that were produced in the first phase and creating a teacher training program as well as a methodology to teach. I already mentioned the OECD, which will conduct the actual survey in 2023, the development of the postgraduate qualification program, direct assessment, and taking on the issue of kindergartens. So to summarize, for our work to succeed, we all must commit to foster and build a viable and vibrant ecosystem. An inseparable part of this ecosystem must be an advocacy strategy. That's the only way that can lead to the systemic change that I think we're all looking for here. Secondly, to build the system, it will take time and a long-term focus that doesn't only take vision and leadership, but also consistency, persistence, and a lot of perseverance and patience. Lastly, an ecosystem is a living, breathing organism, which means not to be afraid to abandon ideas that don't work, to change course, to let go of partnerships that aren't productive, no matter how many sleepless night efforts, resources, and ego you've invested in them. At some point, you just see it's not working, and it is a good idea to just let it go. As well as to take, in order to have a living process, you have to take feedback, what Francisco was saying, because being in the middle of the work, you oftentimes miss very important points that outsiders may have that you don't. So to those of you that are practitioners, my advice is to embrace the inherent complexity of walking the uncharted path, as these principles are bound to result in a richer and much more authentic process. And in closing, consider this your official invitation. As you can see, we're only at the beginning of our journey. And if you'd like to join our ecosystem, we welcome your ideas, your feedback, your partnership and advice, so we can maybe walk the road ahead together. Да, за заключение, считайте това за официалната ви покана. Отворени сме за всякакви партньорства и ще се радваме, ако се свържете с нас. Аз след малко тръгвам, но моите колежки, Марията, дай на ръчичката ви. Там може да говорите с нея директно. Thank you so much for your time.
Въпрос?
Благодаря. Първо поздравления за амбициозния проект. Да, така изглежда просто невероятно. Понеже няколко пъти споменахте за това, че дори кратките интервенции ще доведат до позитивна промяна в една такава система, можете ли да дадете някакъв пример? Какво значи кратка интервенция в областта на социално-емоционалното учене?
Една година. Минимум една година е кратка интервенция. Да. Една учебна година.
Една учебна година.
Да.
Благодаря.
Друг въпрос или да минаваме нататък?
За тази сесия... Да, не видях.
Интервенция. Няколко пъти стана дума за интервенция. Моят въпрос е вашето разбиране за понятието към кого ориентирано, към психолозите или към педагозите, когато говорим за интервенция?
Към проектни ръководители. Към това е като
правиш intervention на английски, намеса в една система. Ти влизаш просто. Може да се замени думата интервенция с проект.
Тоест, как да разбираме в практиката? Кой ще бъде ангажиран? Нали, вашия опит, който представяте на настоящата конференция, към кого ориентиран, тъй като в предишния лектор ние чухме, и то не веднъж се чува от психолози по отношение на педагози, как не се справят в училище. И за това въпросът ми беше, аз нарочно и изчаках и следващия лектор, да чуя, имате ли опит за съвместна работа с учители, как да преподават заедно? Защото
всичките проекти са направени съвместно с учители и за учители, и работната група в момента, която синтезира тези методологии, е съставена главно от учители, от начални учители. За нас това е в центъра на нашата програма и на всички тези интервенции, понеже учител е всъщност носителя на това знание и на тези програми.
Тоест, вие се ориентирате към процеса на преподаване, как да се вмъкнат тези идеи, когато учителя преподава, така? Или отделни средства, които да бъдат в тази посока, извън учебния процес?
Ние не вярваме, че социално-националното образование е отделен предмет. Това не е деца, нека сега да учим, примерно, за емоциите. Това е нещо, което трябва да бъде вплетено.
Тоест, вплитате го в учебното съдържание.
Да, това не е допълнително съдържание, не е нещо, което е направено за натоварно, прекомерно вече с шум на заварените. То се вплита.
Да, добре, благодаря.
След обяда първата презентация, с която ще започнем, е посветена на програмите, но тук само може би да вмъкна. Може би неразбирането идва от съдържанието на думата интервенция, различно съдържание. Интервенция, може би част от нас разбират някаква намеса или т.е. работа с някакви дефицити, по-скоро разбирате широкия смисъл на понятието. Дейности, които се включват в детската градина или училището с децата. Така, бързам да дам думата отново на Франциско Мачадо, който ще представи нашият сборник с описание на държави. Заедно тази презентация е с Карла Пейшото и Вера Коело. Няма да отнема много време за тяхното представяне, само ще кажа, че и двете са изследователки от университета в Исмай с профил психология, с богат опит и в научна и проектна работа. Франциско, заповядай. Here you are. The floor is yours.
Yeah, it's me again. And just before lunch. What a surprise. Yeah. I'll try not to be very, very long.
15 minutes.
Okay. That is very good in counting the time. Thank you. Well, listening to Joanna's presentation gave me a little more hope in humanity because my presentation, my second presentation is about the state of social and emotional skills development in Europe, which sounds daunting, and it is because we're getting better, but we are not doing enough, definitely. When I was preparing the presentation, I tried to be as positive as I can. But the truth is that across Europe, there's a lot of, and I repeat, although we are already doing something, there's actually a lot to do, a large amount of a lot to do. I'm going to talk about the state of social emotional skills development in countries across Europe, but I'm not going to talk about which ones are doing better or worse, because that's not the way. That's not the way to go about it. We know that there are countries that have more work done, more research, but I think that the best way to go about it is to talk about us as a group that needs to get better, and not us and them, and us being the ones that work better or that have more work done than the other countries. So the idea is to create cooperation and going forward. So, first of all, talk a little bit about what motivated the country overview, then how we did it, and then the main conclusions. Well, about the mission and objectives behind our country overview. Although there's a lot of, we are starting to give a lot of importance to developing social and emotional learning, the truth is that that interest, that growing interest, does not translate into consistent, cohesive, and egalitarian implementation in European countries. There's one of the things that we noticed when we did the country overview is that you have countries that are in opposite sides of cell development. So there's a very big discrepancy between European countries. Not to mention between Europe and, for example, North America, which is very clear because Canada and not the United States also, but Canada is not to be underestimated because they are also working a lot and with high quality in cell development. So it's important to notice these discrepancies to be able to work towards reaching higher levels that other countries are already working in. So, but the importance of doing a country review is to have a realistic perspective on how things are going in different countries. Only that way, seeing exactly how things are done in the field, are we able to have a common strategy, because we need a common strategy. We don't need to do it the same way in different countries, because that doesn't make sense. But we need to have the same strategy, the common objectives, so everybody can develop in terms of social and emotional learning. So the idea was with the country overview to adjust intervention programs and use diversity, the cultural diversity that we have in Europe, not to see it as something that is a barrier, but otherwise see diversity as a tool to make things better for everybody. Because obviously I came from Sweden with a lot of ideas to how to organize a kindergarten. Not to throw away all that we do in Portugal in terms of kindergarten education, but I think that we can manage to combine strategies and techniques that we see from other countries. So, but let me give you an example. For example, if I ask you, which country has the best education system in the world? And probably most of you will think about Finland and Sweden and not so much, but Denmark. So that will be the countries that you think about, right? But do you know the secret of the Finnish educational system? I'll tell you. It's not that they don't have problems; they do have problems. But the Finnish have a great trait, which is, if things are going wrong with us, we'll just ask other people what they do. They go and find solutions. They are focused on solutions. Swedes also, by the way. They are focused on solutions. So with it was a big surprise for me when colleagues of mine were talking to me, colleagues from schools, were talking to me that they did an Erasmus program where Finnish teachers and Finnish representatives from the Ministry of Education came to Portugal to improve their educational system. I said, what? They came to Portugal? What for? It was very strange for me. Okay, but they're the best educational system in the world. And they answered me, yeah, but they were the best educational system in the world until they had diversity. Because one of the secrets of the Finnish educational system is that they have a very homogeneous, consistent, cohesive student population. So when they started to have a larger diversity of students in their schools, the educational system started to have problems like any other country. But they had a very good attitude, which was go and study with the countries that have a bigger diversity and have more years of experience with diversity and see how they deal with diversity. I still think that coming to Portugal was not, but well, I think that they will go through several countries and learn from them. And that's something that I think that is very healthy. And it makes for a good educational system to learn from other people how they do it and make ours better not by making the others look bad, but by learning from them and trying to be as good as they are. So the main objective was not only to map the good practices across European countries, but also to disseminate this information. This is the idea is to widespread implementation of high quality and evidence-based cell program intervention. We took our aim to, the idea was to create a toolkit for educational agents, any educational agent, including parents, but mainly teachers and psychologists, professionals. And for that purpose, we search and describe good practices and assessment measures and collect them from 47 countries across Europe, as well as the United States, Australia, Japan, and Canada, because they are countries referenced to have a lot of work done in this regard. All information collected was a product of intensive research from our team, as well as networking in cooperation with national agencies and associations and specialists in cell intervention. And this was not easy. I think Nadia already mentioned it some time ago. It was not easy for people to cooperate with us in this matter. So we had a lot of difficulties to be able to reach the information because many, especially in terms of good practices, professionals tend to write in their own languages. So sometimes it's very difficult, and they don't publish their work in scientific journals. They tend to publish it in books that are published sometimes in their own country. So it's very it was a difficult work, and more difficult than we were expecting initially. So at some point we were very stressed. What we made a template to make it uniform, the information uniform across countries. And if you go to the platform and you open the document of the country overview, you will see that each country has information about development, mainly how are the practices for promoting early childhood cell development in your country. That was the question that we did to the specialists. Also, the assessment, how is it done? And if the professionals in the field use the instrument, because that's very important. We try to get information about if practitioners actually use the instruments or if they just existed without being used. And that's very important because sometimes we think that things are okay because people have their tools, but in reality they don't use them. So we need to address that and say, why don't you use this? Why, and what can we do to make it better? What can we do for you to use the information? Okay. And then the intervention. What are the specifics of the practices? How are they applied? And we tried for them to describe as much as they could the target group, the context of implementation, who was the professional that implemented the practices, etc. So you could have a full view of that country's practices. So, main conclusions from the country overview. I don't want to sound negative, and again, I'm going to reinforce there's a lot of good stuff being done, but there's also a lot of issues that we need to start working on and solve. One of them is great discrepancy between countries. There's a lot which I already talked about. Despite the advances, sometimes there's not a wide recognition of cell importance on early childhood development. We were all throughout the morning we were talking about, and we agreed that it's important to implement social and emotional learning, but that's not the reality in schools, in real life. When we are talking to parents and and with kindergarten teachers, Joanna's summary, what she said about the resistance that exists in kindergartens to use these methods and do the assessment and do the intervention is real, and we need to find some techniques, some strategies to engage parents. We are not doing it the right way. Somehow we need to learn how to talk to parents about this, how to make it significant for them. Maybe tell them, I don't know, just let your kid participate in the program and he will bug you much less at home. He will be much more disciplined. He will not bite his brother, something like that. Something that makes sense to parents. And we are not doing that work very, very well yet. Many cell programs are not assessed. That's a very big problem for us. We try to, Darius already talked a little bit about it. Assessment is a problem. A lot of programs are not evidence-based, which does not mean that they don't work. Sometimes they do work very well, but it's not assessed. So if it is not assessed, sometimes people don't believe in it, and it's important, okay? Very few countries include CEL on their educational systems. That's something that we need to lobby. We need to, everybody as a community, need to make some pressure to have, as a group, as parents, as teachers, to make our politicians start thinking on reviewing our educational system. The Portuguese one is dead for years. We need a new one. And we are trying to force this kind of changes and include CEL as a way that it is as important as maths, as physics, as any other academic curricula. So that's very important. And CEL programs are still seen as something that we do after school, after having our classes. That's not the way. CEL must be seen as important as maths or any other academic curricula. In many countries, CEL programs are not built nationally, but adapt from international programs. That's not a bad thing. I'm glad that people adapt what works in other countries, but I think it's important to start doing programs that are built specifically for our countries. Joanna's team is doing that, and that's great. So Bulgaria is way ahead of many countries. Results are not disseminated. I talked about it. It's not, CEL is not coordinated centrally, so each school does whatever they feel like. That's not bad, again, but it's important to be coordinated. So something that works will benefit all schools, not just one or two of them. And many countries don't have official databases where we can store, and that's why our digital platform can do that until every Ministry of Education of every country has a database where schools can go and, okay, I'm going to see the list of programs that work, and I'm going to use this one. This one is the one that I like. And if I use it, I have a list of measures that I can use to assess. And it's there, it's official, and it's supported by the Ministry of Education. This is very important because in that way, the Ministry of Education can make it mandatory or it can encourage or motivate schools to do it. Because, for example, in the United States, each state has this database. And the state tells the schools, if you want funding, you must at least implement one of these. You can choose whichever you want. But if you want funds, you have to do this. And that's the way, that's not the ideal way to motivate people, but it's the realistic way to motivate people, at least until we change our way of thinking. Because, again, the platform, because social emotional learning, like Joanna said, and I liked it very much that she said that, social emotional learning and development, it's not something that we teach. It's something that we are. If you want self to be disseminated and be something that's all over the place, we have to believe, we have to convince ourselves that self is a way of living. It's not curricula, it's a way of living. And if teachers and school psychologists implement programs, we as parents, we as citizens can also contribute to that, being role models, behavioral models, because children look to us to see how to behave ourselves. If we show empathy for the kids, they will show empathy back. No kid is born without empathy. No kid is born evil. No kid is born a racist. No, we spoil kids with our flawed education. That's the truth. So we have to own up to it and change and make it better. It's just that. It's easy. just do better, and then kids will do better also. So.
Very nice conclusion.
Yeah.
Да, точно това щях да кажа. Времето доста напредна, така че може би един-два въпроса максимум. There is a question over there.
Благодаря ви. Първо искам да ви изкажа сърдечната благодарност за това, че в един такъв момент, който от всякъде емоциите прекалено много надделяват във всяко едно поколение, не само малки, но големи, вие сте направили такава конференция, отчитате едни уникални неща, направили сте нещо невероятно. Моят въпрос е следния. От много дълго време ме занимава тази сфера, емоциите. Твърде много говорим за интелектуалното развитие, отчитаме коефициента на интелигентност на интелекта на децата и твърде малко емоционалният капацитет на децата. Интересуваме дали сте разработили такива батерии, защото мисля, че бихме работили много добре в тая сфера, но както във всяка една друга сфера, трябва да имаме някакво ниво, нали? Някаква диагностика. Има ли разработени такива тестови батерии за отчитане входното ниво на емоционално-социалната интелигентност на децата?
I will take this because it's for Bulgaria.
Okay.
Това, което към момента сме направили, все още не сме на етап разработване на програма или инструмент за оценяване. Планираме го за следващ проект. Така че в момента е по-скоро набор от програми или инструменти, които аз ще представя след обяда. Част от тях са налични за България, но много малка. Точно за това казах, че тази пропаст между това, което знаем, че го има и работи, и това, което можем да ползваме специално за България, казвам, все още е отворена и има какво да се прави, за да я затваряме постепенно. Иначе по отношение на програми и инициативи, госпожа Маринова представи инициативи, които те са финансирани. След обяд ще чуем доцента Юбова с такава програма, разработена за България. Имаме неща, не сме съвсем на опашката, но имаме и още път да извървим.
Мога ли да отговоря на дамата?
Може би микрофон.
Не, няма нужда.
Има нужда, защото не се чува в кабината.
Така ли? Okay. Ние се видяхме с вас отвън, мисля. Ние всъщност от фантазия имаме измервателен механизъм. Ползваме този, който най-голямата организация в света за емоционална интелигентност и социални умения е разработила и започва да работи с деца от 7 годишна възраст нагоре и работи и с техните учители. След това, защото самите questionnaires са създадени като youth version и като версия за възрастни. Тоест имаме измервателен уред, който прави буквално снапшот на момента. Тоест може да е за начална диагностика, после за диагностика на вече след като сте приложили работа, след като сте приложили интервенции, в финализиране на някакъв период, в който сте работили. Имаме такива механизми, използваме ги, те се използват в световен мащаб от фирми като Microsoft, Facebook, Qatar Airlines и те са достъпни в България и за образованието. Моля? Над 7. Под 7 имаме в момента, Фантазия разработва един специален такъв въпросник, който ще бъде от около 70 въпроса, но ще трябва да асистирате детето, съответно, за да отговори. Той ще ви дава тази диагностика. Благодаря ви.
Благодаря. Ако няма други въпроси, тъй като доста напреднахме, да обявя обедната почивка. Дали ще е възможно към и 15-20 най-късно да започнем? Отвън ви чака обяд, кафенце, заповядайте. Много моля тези от вас, които ползват слушалки, за да не ви пречат, можете да ги оставите и след това да ги получите отново.
What doesn't have a technical issue? It's always something.
Can I upload my presentation?
I have no idea. Where is the computer? Is it this one? I would put mine also.
Yeah, I try not to bore people to sleep, so I try to wake them up once in a while. Or else, that's a lot of practice with my students following me. No, because I have sometimes frequently I have post-work classes. There are people that go to university after work, so they are very tired. And if I make a class to dance, they will fall asleep. And it's okay by me because I tell them you are heroes for me. Because they are very tired, so I try to wake them up.
It's really nice way.
Thank you.
That's a good start, because it's okay, I will try.
I'm awfully curious about it.
I put it just on the desktop, so mine is also there.
So you could either go to the website of this project, or you could Google the article and wait for the Okay.
Nadia said she will.
We didn't try? Or no?
I think Nadia will send out the presentations.
Yes,
yeah, so
check first.
Yeah, for my presentation there's a link, you can just click it and you will get it.
So the fast way is go to the project website. Yeah, I gave my card when I was down with this. So spread it somehow. So you probably have emails somewhere.
Slides, and I want to see here the notes.
That's not possible. That's why Isabel printed them. Because for some reason it's not. Did you print already?
Yes, I have printed, but I find so.
Mm-hmm.
The paper. Okay. Try. She's so nice. She's trying.
I'm trying what?
She is. Sylvia still trying.
Can I maybe before, because I start, I will just open mine to see if it works, and then you can.
Stop. Okay, now it's correct. But if you press something, it might change into something different.
This one here.
For university.
My.
Most is social emotional learning and also school interventions. So we're looking at intervention in behavioral science. So we're looking at an intervention now.
It's yours.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think we have that much. It's kind of because we're it's a bit clinical, our website, so it's a kind of new for us. Movement prevention and things like that. But I think if you look at our publication, yeah, so there's a lot of references. Yeah, so that could be helpful, I think. You too. Yeah.
Because it's a short break.
Yeah.
Sorry? Because Erika. Because this is the swap presenter view and slideshow. But here. Hide presenter view. You can use your computer, I think. Put it there. Yes. And for this one. And here the monitor, primary monitor. Yeah, I just because I have the automatic in my computer.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
If I didn't put this, you.
No.
Eyes. Maybe. You must put this one to see the slide.
No, I copied already. On the
okay,
this is on the desktop.
Okay.
I take out.
If I do that, one second.
Okay.
Still surviving the day.
It's unbelievable that no one is here.
I don't know.
And this one.
This one.
Normal. Okay.
You've dropped it.
View shortcuts. Before I try to turn off this one. But it doesn't work.
I need to go to the toilet.
Yeah, it's okay.
Или здравей, за да, защото са много хора да я намеря. Благодаря за това, ти звъня. А тя до края ли ще стои? Да, малко закъсняхме с времето, но се надявам сега да покомпенсираме малко и така.
Само едно нещо има вътре.
Да, защото и тази джувачка да не си я забравите при нас. Добре. Да, ами то до сега май само Йоана я ползва. Ще видим.
You're having a team presentation later?
Айде, чао.
Моля се. Направо това е огромно нещо.
What's wrong with
Аз съм си направила.
Да. Подреден човек.
Забравих ли си го? Благодаря.
Нали мога да го взема това? Готово е.
I already put my new presentation on the desktop itself, on the not in the because I changed because you noticed that there was some text overlapping, so I changed it, but it's on the. I will show you.
Okay,
in
then
it's
I
already
will
on the computer.
transfer it to
the right folder. I didn't know there was.
Yeah, I made folders and arranged because otherwise.
It's a very smart move.
Yes. Otherwise, it's a mess. This is yours, but this is on the desktop, right?
Yeah, this is on the desktop.
I will close it.
Okay, it's on
save. Any changes?
Yeah, you can save them. This is from
Erica, but I will close not to have mess. Is it? We don't know where she put it.
It's all on the desktop. You see, my presentation is already. That's from Erica and that's mine.
Okay, I will close this and transfer. Anyway, what have I done?
Yeah, that is number 9. So that's let's replace the file.
Or just this is the newest, right?
Yeah, that's the newest one.
Continue. This is Erica's. И сега вашата.
But the USB is not recognized.
This is mine.
Yeah, but it's not recognized yet. Normally it comes here that the USB. I will just pull it out and put it in again. Voila.
A wizard.
It's like you just you're used to having these kind of issues.
Това
ли? Да качваме. Кажи, аз мога да го правя тук на място. Последния слайд. Трябва ли да бъдат, да те са в една папка, защото има качено видео в самата презентация и са заедно с така че цялата папка, може би, защото госпожа Петрова каза, че понякога не трябва да са заедно.
Да, само да.
Малко е тежко заради...
Did you have sandwich? No?
No, but I had my backup lunch with me.
I asked them to make a vegan sandwich, but I think that they forgot.
It's okay. I will not die from hunger.
Sorry, I
It's
just asked them for the
it's okay.
vegan sandwich. Even I ordered two, I think, because some of the participants checked vegan.
But maybe there was, but it was already gone. Also possible that when I arrived that there was gone.
Yeah, because I asked the person.
What did you put in the folder?
One video.
Gum?
Не знам кой удобен момент, но няма така.
Няма, здравей. А вие сте? Приятно. Извинявам се, аз...
Okay. Maybe. Very busy, but with this week we started last week, so it's September. It's a kindergarten, so it was closed before. We start at the 1st of September normally in schools and kindergarten is open. Okay, stays open during the whole year.
Няма проблем, благодаря, че се обадихте.
Стил? Да.
Трябва да видите дали ще има.
Да.
Беше важно дали ще има звук на клипчето обаче.
Да.
Последния слайд е дали ще има звук на клипчето.
Още се прехвърля.
Успя ли да си го изядеш?
Много се впитат, както дойдох.
Моя го остави.
Вода, кафе не съм пила.
Аз вода не бях пила, но засъхнах устата.
Аз вода пия, защото просто не мога.
Що се да подчертаеш? Не на своя шоу.
It's still it's 70% complete. And that's 89 error. But in the worst case, you just present from your stick, you know. And if it would be a problem to copy, you can present from your stick as well, and then there's no issue. So you're safe anyway.
Horror.
You know, like 20 years ago with the internet, very slow. Sometimes something was loading and then it says full. You never had? Like when I was downloading video games, installing, error.
You don't experience this for real. I did. Yes, I remember
Give
when
it
we
to me,
lived
baby.
without internet. You don't.
I did.
Yes, and also we went to school in dinosaurs. We had a Tyrannosaurus in the garden. Tyrannosaurus.
But true, I was I think in 5th grade when suddenly the teacher said there is something like internet.
So you're not so young.
I'm not so young. And then she tried to explain it by saying it's like a library but on the computer. And then it was 2 years later that at home, because internet was for the rich
I
only.
fight to have in the office. We fight with the boss. No. Oh, it's all and there was a modem.
Yeah. It's like, and I was like, when you was on a website, it was loading.
with the MS-DOS.
CW, open. D, double put, slash,
But I remember when
install.
Как седат? Значи това не е новото празница.
Не, това е добавя.
Не, тя казва, че се
Чакай, не пипи повече. Нека се запише, трябва да се запише на следващото. Не натискай нищо. Трябва да се скрие това.
How is it the name when you have all the documents in OneDrive?
The server?
The server, yes.
Така, дай сега да видим нагоре, ще тя каже, че чакай. Тикни това. Но добре, те не са изтрити, какво сте качили? Дали дави, дали? Абе, Миша, кликни само тук и дали това ме. Запази пак. И дали ще тръгне звука само е важно. Сега тук се запази с лесно долу, дали ще не запълни. Е, така. Става най-бързо.
I think everyone's speaking English.
For the questions and for
So why they ask
to charge for the afternoon.
Не на своите шоу, even на своите шоу.
Logical question.
Yeah, remember what time of the month?
But it's like the black and white.
You know, when our first son, well, I don't know, he was maybe 6 years old, and we were watching the TV, and he touched something, and so the TV went in black and white. And so he told me, oh, I remember when TV was black and white. And I don't know, I remember also that our parents gave them. You're joking. You cannot imagine the exist a word without it.
А вие този файл го имате, да? Ами единия вариант е с репрезентация.
Hours, and during all the rest of the day there was like this ball.
Yes, that's called monoscope.
Слайдовете аз писах, много говорихме
хубаво време. Страхотен ден за разходко. А каква голяма ряба, стане супа и самото. И я да извадя.
Try something from the presentation?
No.
Excuse me.
I don't know if I can. We'll see.
Daniela, звук.
Сега на пауза.
Пауза, бе.
Лестово! Извикам баба Мика! Бабо Мика! Бабо Мика! Бабо Мика! Идвам, дядо, тичам. Каква голяма ряпа! Сега заедно ще я извадим. Не става! Извикаме внучката Иглика! 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 Тичам, дядо, тичам, бабо! Каква голяма ряпа! Сега заедно ще дърпаме. Не става! Иглико, Иглико и Шарко! Шарко, бързо ела! Нека заедно да дърпаме! Не става!
Okay, notes.
Notes. It is notes? No. No. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon to all participants of final EU Self Project Conference. I hope you enjoy interesting presentation of the project activities.
Yeah, okay. And you can do there. It is bigger. Okay. If you need bigger or you can.
Okay.
Try to put there. No. Maybe because you need to collect.
Project partners and our project outputs. I'm Amila Mojazinovic from University of Tuzla, and today I will present one of our project output, EU Self Project book. But before
Okay.
Only notes, it's okay?
Okay.
It will be good. This is the first.
I don't know.
Ами, тъй като тук едно клипче пробвах колегите, които искат да пуснат и няма звук. Да, извинявам.
No.
You need to see a little bit where you are.
I will not touching.
Maybe
I don't need it.
Okay.
It's for their presentation. I've learned to keep it simple because there's always something.
Okay.
Maybe now we can have a look here.
Yeah.
Do you mind?
Are you starting?
I'm starting later. Normally I would be starting already 15 minutes, but
Yeah, but we have a little time right now to try.
Okay. Yeah.
But again, there is a problem with the sound.
Where is yours?
it's in.
The desktop.
Yeah, but Nadia moved it to.
So maybe we can change Nadia. We can change the vortex.
No, we will start without this. We will need it later.
Michaela, yes. But we go from here.
Project.
No?
I try.
Okay.
I'm scared.
No.
It's this one.
You have time, but it will for 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay, it's working. Now I need to start with you. No, not shy. Yeah. From the beginning.
And
Okay.
and now I am clicking, so
This wasn't possible. No, it wasn't impossible. I've done, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you can put on mine.
Yeah, you also put on yours.
That we split the screen. Okay, we have done.
No, it's working
Yeah, it's
very
working,
well.
She is fantastic. we need to buy a glass of wine.
No, it's okay. Okay. So I think it will work also in yours because we have split the screen.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
You are here. If you are suffering, she's
You're here to check the
Okay.
audio?
Yeah, okay. I need to go to the top.
Okay.
Was it this one? So it plays, but it doesn't give any audio. Now, ready to go?
Извикай Гризана! Хайде пак да дърпаме! Хайде!
Is it okay? Thank you.
Our great parents said we're good people.
Stop with your run. You are 5 minutes. And it was very
You kiss him, or else you don't eat.
I remember I said 3 hours. 3 hours. And after I walked, it was my girl. Okay.
First thing wins. First thing wins. Leave her alone. Leave her oil. Yeah, leave her.
So all my family thought that I did die.
Oh yeah? I'm gonna die.
Yes, because when I was
You are a little miracle.
But when I was 10, if I live 10 years, then I will not die. So please. Yeah, and I had a big sister, and she was so broccoli. No.
Broccoli? Are you crazy? I want beef. I need to be my friend.
This and then more. Because of the so they
Oh, okay. I do not, or nothing that communicates emotionally with me. I can't eat animals that communicate emotionally. That's why I don't want this cow. I made a mistake of interacting with rabbits. I'm not rabbit now. One last thing.
I don't see the
Yeah.
I don't see it. Yes. Baby.
Здравейте! Предполагам, че успяхте да хапнете. Ако имате нужда от слушалки за следобедната сесия, моля, подгответе се.
We need more chairs.
The only thing is, if everybody's sitting here, you cannot read the lowest part of the presentation when you're in public. But for me, it doesn't matter. It is just.
Both when the reading.
You're not going to avoid. You are trying to not to go, but to that.
They're sitting next to me.
Maybe we can make a photo and then.
Yes. Then we will sit there.
That's a good idea.
Claudia, can you make a photo?
Oh, now we want a photo. Now you want in the middle.
Yeah.
My emotional skills are a little bit. I feel a little bit. Okay, so.
This kind of is much more good looking than the
Cheese. Don't move.
Now I'm getting uncomfortable, you know.
The other side of the universe.
Това са презентаторите за следобедната сесия, но преценихте, че няма да е добра идея да седят отпред, за да ви покриват слайдовете.
Sorry?
Sorry. Bulgarian English?
No, my Bulgarian is rusty.
You started the presentation.
Yes, you need me to...
No. I was going to start it.
Oh, okay.
But did it. Thank you.
If I have to, you have to. That's the main.
Така, да продължим малко трудно след обяда. Следобедната сесия е така малко натоварена. Надявам се да ви е интересна. Различни презентатори и от чужбина. Имаме и от нашата детска градина. Бързам да обява първата. Както казах, тя ще е посветена на програмите. Имаме честта Берт Уистайн да е с нас. Аз ще го представя на английски. Той ще ни представи практиките и програмите, които са описани в рамките на един от наръчниците. Bert Westein graduated as a social cultural worker and Master of Arts in Cultural Studies and specialized abroad in cultural education with children and young people. He formerly worked as a coordinator of a Brussels-based youth work organization for cultural education. Since 2014, Bert teaches in research, communication, coaching and leadership in the Bachelor Early Childhood Education and Care and pre-primary education. He professionalized as teacher educator and systemic coach. In addition to his research on school leaders and team coaching, responding to the need for professionalization concerning diversity in education, he participated in the writing process of several approved European projects on research-related themes. There is always a link with research, education, and the professional field, a principle he also puts into practice in social engagement as administrator within several boards of educational and social cultural organizations. Bert, you have the floor.
Thank you. This dot makes me aware that I feel very uncomfortable now hearing so much sentences about myself. To start, normally there would be two of us here this afternoon because of some car troubles, my colleague missed her flight yesterday by 10 minutes. So with this, I represent also Mart, who is more active in this project than me. So everything I say, I can tell you because of her. So thank you, Mart, for doing the hard work, and let me be selling these things. As Nadia told, I work in Brussels at the Erasmus University College of Applied Sciences and Arts, and we were also in this EU Self project, also responsible for this compendium of programs. It's one of the publications that was already shown before, and is also downloadable from the platform that was presented earlier. I will try not to repeat too much or too many things, as you have already heard a lot, and as I notice on the chairs who are still full, a lot of people already had a lot to digest this morning. So when we talk about these practices and these programs, everything starts with why. That's what Simon Sinek would have said. And we had the ambition to look at those programs because in the recent years there was a big increase of programs in these cell areas, and we wanted to support practitioners in the field to have an overview in these programs, in these practices, and also have a bit of quality selection of what is available or not, or at least give you insight in what is available. And we have looked at those programs because we believe, and we read also in the systematic review, that when we want to have positive outcomes, we need to have programs and practices that are linked with some kind of research evidence, and they also need to be well implemented and with professionals who are a bit educated or trained to use the program. So from those perspectives, we wanted to look at all the existing programs when it comes to cell. And the clear overview I already told. So how did we do that? How did we come to this compendium of 59 programs? Well, there was the systematic review that was already done, and we translated it a little bit to this selection of practices. So we defined 4 criteria which a practice needed to to be selected in our compendium, and those are these 4. The 4th will be on the next slide. The age group was important. We only selected programs for the age group of 0-7. We also wanted programs that are developed or used in at least one European country, and we also wanted those programs to accord to these universal school-based cell principles. There was also mentioned before these 7 or these 6 areas, as you can see on the slide. I will not read everything. You have already heard a lot about it. So these were also things we took into account when selecting those programs. With the 4th criterion, it was needed to be a little bit curriculum based with those safe criteria. So we also wanted those areas to be able to be identified in those programs, just to select a little bit what was available. And with this selection, we got plenty. We went through them all. And how did we do it? We didn't do it with, we say it in Dutch with natte vingerwerk. It's like guessing. So no, there was a framework developed. It's also all in the book, but it's just like a small preview, like a framework. Every one of us has checked these criteria and completed it. Actually, we had more than 59 programs, but during this completion of the framework, we discovered that there are some criteria that were not met or were different enough. So we even reduced that amount during the process. We were still very critical, so I'm very proud of the colleagues who did that. And we had that in programs of 16 countries. And all programs were divided over all the project partners, and based on countries, language, etc., how it was more easy to understand. You should know my Bulgarian is almost non-existing, so reading into a program that's mostly Bulgarian would have taken me much more time than the colleagues from Bulgaria, for example. And we also used scientific and more or less non-scientific sources to see how the content of this program could be understood. As our coordinator, and we should give big kudos to the university, checked all these programs after we made them as a kind of quality control. So big effort for them, a big bravo. And then we had tons of information. You can all read it in our book, but just to see that we did not do whatever we wanted, but we used some kind of methodology. These are our 12 sources that we also used. It's also just an overview. You can all download it in the ebook, what's also nice graphically designed. This is the cover, and it has a main structure of a general description about the project. You don't need to know the whole project to use this compendium, the methodology, and the overview of all the programs with a more detailed description. Without going into the detail of all programs, just an overview of one example. In this compendium, we have a table of all programs, and we have already in one quick view selected some criteria where you can see for example, what cell skills are targeted in this program. If you're looking for a very specific cell skill, you can already look there. In this example, you cannot see because it's just below the screen. MemoQ is a Belgian program, for example. And then you see in our compendium like this. It's only 3 pages, so it's not a big brainer to have it into. And then you see all the information that we have gathered. It's not because it's blank or no information. It's just that we tried our best to find as much information as possible. But maybe we didn't find all the sources available. So if you know a program and you think, this information could be added, it's like what Francesco said, just write to us, we will add it on our digital platform. So you can see general information for each program. You can see the safe criteria for each program. You also see what we have learned about quality and effectiveness. And you also find the references we have used. All that said, if I'm going too fast or too slow, because I think my time is almost finished, it brought us to some reflections that I want to share. There are maybe some personal reflections of our University of Applied Sciences and Arts. But when we were completing this compendium, and it was a huge work for all our colleagues to read into all programs and read more sources and references for each practice, because we used to have the idea of call it the book of good practices, and then we discovered that not all practice was so good, so we transformed the name to programs. Because it counts almost 150 pages with over 59 programs, and coming from 16 countries and in even more languages. So it's already, in my opinion, quite a big work, and still we only use these criteria. So we already selected quite strong what we were taking into account or not. And still we have the feeling that there is a possibility that we maybe missed some programs, practices that are there because there was no evidence or because we didn't find in these languages we looked, in these countries we looked, there was no information about it. So if you have a practice at your place that we forgot, please tell us and don't blame us. We tried our best.
Sorry, there is an option for the platform to expand. So
sure.
New programs, new measures. I mean, this is not fixed. This is not closed. This is just the first step.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you, because that is true. That's why we also want this digital platform to be something alive where you can add things, also share your experience with stuff. Something you have read or saw or learned somewhere else, please inform us. Because of this search, we discovered that there is quite a need of some kind of centralized place where we can share and exchange. That's what we also try to do with this platform. We are initiating this need ourselves to share and to learn from each other. Also with some kind of verification of content and what the link with some research is, because we saw, and I think it's in the next point, both research centers, academic centers, but also private businesses are developing a lot of things in these areas. But as private businesses, and I'm now talking about my own country, do not always use research or the interest of the children at best, but sometimes also the commercial aspect. There is a big need of a place where there is some kind of framework that can control or can give you a perspective on what is quality. Is this a practice that can be used or good for what you are trying to do? And this word, independent research, is very important. In our country, research is also funded by these companies. So it's important to see that research you use that can confirm if a practice or a program is effective or not is based on independent research. That's the researcher and me talking. And for some reasons unknown, we did all our best, but we did not always find a lot of evidence on every program. So when we were completing the book, we sometimes saw, oh damn, there is no proof that this evidence or practice based. There is nothing in the literature that, I'm not saying that we are, that it's not, it's just that I'm saying that we did not find proof that it was evidence or practice based. So there's also this question, why didn't we find it, or why is there so little evidence to be found? I think this was a quick overview of this program compendium. We are very proud of the work. It was hard work for everyone, but I copied, sorry, that's not good. At the end, after bringing it all together, for me personally, I had the impression while also proofreading it, I have more questions now about those cell programs than I had in the beginning. So for that, I hope you can solve the puzzle with us. And please download this ebook, use it, be very critical, share your thought with us, and good luck experimenting with a practice yourself.
Въпроси? Не?
Thank you.
Thank you. Сега е ред да чуем за една практика, която е описана в този наръчник и е създадена у нас. Приятно ми е. Доцент Севджихан Еюбова. Можеш ли да си... Къде е мишката?
Аз ще я представя накратко, докато се... Да, презентацията е вече тук. Севджихан Юбова е доцент по възрастова и педагогическа психология към катедра предучилищна и начална училищна педагогика на Шуменския университет, епископ Константин Преславски. Тя е практикуващ психолог с експертен опит в областта на клиничната психология и нарушенията в детското развитие. Автор е на адаптациите на български език на някои от най-използваните тестове за оценка на детското развитие и нарушенията от аутистичния спектър в България. През 2020 започва изследователски проект за развитие на емоционалната грамотност в предучилищна възраст, който позволи да се създаде и основаната на доказателство образователна програма "Играй с фори". Заповядай.
Здравейте на всички! Изключително съм благодарна, че съм тук днес и имам възможността да представя програма, която е включена в вече споменатия компендиум. Малко съвсем кратко за Шуменският университет. Това е един от университетите, който има доста дълга традиция в обучаването на учители за детските градини в България и всъщност най-големият педагогически факултет в България е в Шуменският университет. Почти във всяко училище и в детска градина в България имаме наши завършили студенти и реализирали се като учители. Аз, както и Надя спомена, всъщност работя в катедрата по предучилищна и начална училищна педагогика и се срещам с бъдещите учители. Идеята за тази програма, въпреки че като изследователски проект тя започна през 2020 година, стартира много преди това, като реален проблем от практиката. За това да се търсят програми и опити за превенция на емоционално-поведенческите разстройства, които са изключително многобройни. И тази програма всъщност беше и се появи в отговор на нуждите от практиката, като тя е насочена към реализирането. Реализирането на тази програма е насочено към учителите от детските градини. Образователната програма започва с една история на едно таралежче, т.е. има си основен герой в програмата и този основен герой е таралежът Никифор, съкратено Фори. Логопедите така изключително приветстваха заглавието и името на героя, тъй като отговаря на някои от упражненията, които правят в предучилищна възраст във връзка с езиковата компетентност на децата и артикулацията, която се овладява в предучилищна възраст. Историята започва с главният герой, който попада в такава една неприятна ситуация по време на игра и с всички емоции, които той преживява и начина, по който трябва да се справи с тази ситуация. Програмата, ще кажа за нея така повече, но нейното съдържание сме се опитали да отговори на предизвикателствата на 21 век, като половината от съдържанието е дигитализирано и може така да се създава една възможност за обучение, където детските градини позволяват това, разбира се, посредством различни устройства, лаптоп, смартфони, интерактивни дъски и такива различни роботи, които могат да бъдат програмирани, като B-Bot е робота, който най-често се използва в детските градини в Шумен. Благодарение на Фори децата много лесно напредват в света на емоциите. Това се случва посредством игри, които са специално включени в образователното съдържание. И ще кажа малко за името на програмата. Играй с Фори. Играй, защото играта е естественият начин на учене. Освен това отговаря на наредба номер 5 за приобщаващото образование, където всички тези дейности в детската градина трябва да се реализират посредством игра. И с Фори, защото ученето и придобиването на опит винаги изисква социален контекст, той се случва с някого. И благодарение на този проект, който се реализира в 7 области от България, реално ще кажа малко данни за това къде и в кои градове и в кои области. Благодарение на това успяхме така да направим едно много богато интерактивно съдържание и много богат дидактически материал, който
въпреки че беше заложен с определени минимуми, които трябва да бъдат изпълнявани по време на модулите, той, благодарение на препоръките на учителите от детските градини, беше обогатен значително. Цялото съдържание на програмата е публикувано в монографията "Развитие на емоционалната грамотност в предучилищната възраст", където са описани данните от проучването, което направихме при прилагането на тази програма. Много лесно за учителите е да приложат тази програма, защото те включват като допълнителни дейности един път седмично в учебната програма, която планират за учебната година. И съответно, според условията, които наредба 5 така казва, нали, колко да продължава едно такова допълнително занимание седмично, в различните възрастови групи от детската градина съответно се прилагат конкретните дидактически занимания. Съдържанието на програмата всъщност включва 10 модула, които имат такава ясна образователна структура, поредно така в поредица се прилагат, т.е. има една програма, която учителите следват и работят по тази програма. Над 50 са дидактическите занимания. Има минимален брой изисквания за дидактически занимания за съответните възрастови групи, за съответните модули, но ако учителят прецени, може да включи допълнителни. Това, което отличава програмата от различни проекти, които се случват, е именно входящата и изходящата диагностика, т.е. ние имаме измерване. В началото, преди започване на програмата, ние правим входяща диагностика. Ще обясня каква е целта на тази входяща диагностика. И 10 седмици след приключване на програмата отново се прави изходяща диагностика, за да засечем ефекта от прилагането на тази програма. Хубавото тук е, че дидактическите материали са готови, а преди стартирането на програмата екипът, ако работи целият екип в детската градина или пък ако работи само учители от една група, преминават предварително обучение. Тоест, учителите знаят какво правят преди да стартират програмата, не експериментират със съдържанието, а работят по точно определен зададен модел. Програмата реално се занимава с емоционалната грамотност и много често тук идва при изследователите и при хората, които работят в областта на социално-емоционалните умения и компетенции, всъщност идват едни разминавания между това какво е емоционална интелигентност и какво е емоционална грамотност. Много често тези понятия се използват като синоними, но има семантична разлика и до някъде и географска употреба на тези термини. Емоционалната интелигентност е доста възприет така добре термин зад океана в Америка, докато, например, в Великобритания и в някои държави от Европейския съюз и Европа се възприема емоционалната грамотност. Но има доста семантични разлики наистина и сега бих искала така да ви запозная с една много кратка дефиниция за емоционалната грамотност, че това е компетентност за общуване с определени емоционални думи в междуличностните отношения. И ако се замислим, социално-емоционалните умения, реално те се реализират благодарение на езика и комуникацията. Езикът е нещо, което изключително бързо се изгражда в периода на предучилищната възраст и учителите са тези, които са в най-изгодна позиция, в най-добра позиция, фронтално могат да преподават не само езиковите умения, но и с лекота могат да преподават социално-емоционални умения в контекста на тази емоционална грамотност. Тоест, свързваме емоционалната грамотност предимно с езиковото развитие в тази програма, но програмата показва, че има много по-голяма потребност не само от развитието на думи за емоции, а и за различни умения, които са свързани с регулацията на емоциите, с разбирането на емоциите в другите. Как обаче емоционалният речник се изгражда в децата? Изключително много изследователи търсят отговор на въпроса как децата учат новите думи за емоции. Единият от вариантите е така нареченото синтактично зареждане, т.е. въвеждате нова дума в поредица от изречения или давате възможност на децата да се опитат чрез своите емоции или чрез опита си да получат емоционално разбиране. Но се оказва, че и двата процеса, и синтактичното зареждане и емоционалното разбиране се появяват почти едновременно и синхронно, благодарение на нещо, което така е много изследвано вече в психологията и по-специално в областта на нарушенията от аутистичния спектър, така наречената теория на ума. Оказва се, че за научаването на нова дума не е достатъчно просто да я кажем на детето, дори когато става въпрос за емоции. Необходимо е ние да имаме ситуационен контекст с картинки, това е за предучилищна възраст говорим, и съответно тази дума и тази картинка трябва да съответства на емоционалният контекст. Това означава, че ако ние създаваме програми за развитие на социално-емоционалните умения в предучилищна възраст, задължително трябва да включваме нова дума с изображение и да даваме контекст. Тоест програмата трябва да дава история, трябва да дава контекст на децата. И това е нашият герой. Тук можете да видите емоцията е разочарован, като лицева експресия. И също можете да видите как децата комбинират. Това са част от дидактическите занимания и картинки, така малко ще се забързам заради времето. Тук виждате щастлив, съответно тук виждате една рисунка на дете, което е участвало в програмата и начина по който се реализира така наречената регулация и търсенето на решения. Таралежът Фори изтърва сладоледа си, но една пчеличка му носи нов сладолед и му казва, че просто трябва да си вземе нов и да не плаче за сладоледа, който е паднал на земята. Съответно, децата решават различни такива задачи от типа на ако навън вали и ти си разочарован, че не можеш да излезеш. Какво решение можеш да намериш? И това е като си вземеш, например, чадър и излезеш навън и вече си щастлив. Съответно, тъй като програмата стартира по време на COVID, нещо, което добавихме в програмата, беше модула за тревожност и за тревога и за това тревожно състояние, което изпитват децата във връзка с вируса. Там намерихме такъв много добър, удобен момент беше учителите да говорят за емоциите, които пандемията предизвиква в децата и начините, по които децата могат така да се справят с емоциите. Нещо много полезно, което и чисто практически учителите оцениха, беше така наречената техника на таралежа, която ви каня да направим заедно. Тя е свързана с регулация на емоциите и малко да се раздвижаме тъкмо. Ще ви помоля да станете и за миг да си представите всички тези деца в предучилищна възраст, които не могат да седят толкова дълго, колкото вас, които постоянно щъкат напред-назад. И това, което трябва да направят, когато учителят им даде инструкция за техниката на таралежа, много често те използват знака стоп, който е универсален, е да застанат на едно място. Стоп значи да застанеш на едно място, да привереш краката си, да ги привереш, да привереш ръцете си до тялото, да погледнеш тялото си, да привереш бодлите си на гърба, да спреш да риташ, да хапеш, да плюеш. Да, и гледайки към тялото си, да поемеш въздух и да преброиш до 3 бавно. Бавно. Няколко пъти, след което да протегнеш ръце, да се прегърнеш. Да се прегърнеш и да се усмихнеш на всички около теб. Това са приятелите ти в групата. Благодаря ви, това беше техниката за таралежа. Да. Разбира се, тя звучи в детската градина, не звучи по този начин. Нали? Има си стихче, което има си стихотворение. Много по-забавно е в детската градина и съответно това стихче е нещо, което те си го казват и така. И много често учителите това казваха, че всъщност децата сами се предупреждават и си казват, използвай техниката на таралежа сега, защото си ядосан или защото си изнервен. Да, разбира се. Да. В някои от детските градини имаше идея да се сложат постери, които да напомнят на децата за тая техника и да могат да се сетят кои са стъпките. До тук е интересната част, нали така, и една минута, да. Всъщност проучването е много голямо, 1064 са участниците, имаме 699 деца, които минаха през пълната 10-седмична, така да я наречем, програма. Има данни, това нещо ще бъде публикувано. Наистина, като чувах тук преди малко, в компендиума липсват тези данни, защото когато подавах информация за компендиума, все още нямахме крайните резултати, но сега вече ги имаме и предстоят публикации по темата. Броят на децата, които са преминали през пълната програма е 699, изключително огромна база данни от информация, която сега ще бъде анализирана. Методиката, която използвахме, е изключително приятна и лесна. Това е картинен тест за емоции, който включва 8 емоции. Умишлено са подбрани по конкретен критерий. Съответно, този картинен тест е използван по време на входящата и изходящата диагностика и учителите не са натоварени толкова с някаква много голяма тестова методика. Само този слайд, който така е по-съществен по отношение на статистиката, виждате разликите в броят верни отговори, които дават преди и след приложението на програмата. Изключително така значимо повишение на отговорите в категория верни отговори след приложение на програмата, което така ни дава основание, че наистина има място, такъв тип програми имат място в предучилищното образование. Много са и различни следващите стъпки, които биха били възможни. Доста възможности дава програмата за приложение. Ние имаме и кукла, включително, която участва в тази образователна програма. Имаме мобилно приложение, което е развито "Играй с фори" се казва, и вътре има включен такъв интерактивен речник и кратка игра, която децата могат да играят с родителите си. Изключително съм впечатлена от ролята на учителите, благодарение на които тази програма се реализира. Направихме сравнение тогава, когато програмата се прилага от психолог в детската градина и тогава, когато се прилага от учител, детски учител. Трябва да ви кажа, че детските учители се справят по-добре от психолозите. Това е. Поздравления! Смятам, да, и въобще не е трудно детските учители да бъдат ангажирани в тези проучвания. Това изследване всъщност го потвърди. И аз съм им изключително благодарна за всички препоръки, които направиха. Само с нещо бих искала да заключа последно. Тук в България много са известни авторите братя Мормареви. До някъде те стоят, и те са така и вдъхновение, техните романи са вдъхновение за избора точно на таралеж. Знаете, таралежите се раждат без бодли и бодлите всъщност са техния начин да се защитят най-добре. Аз смятам, че емоционалната грамотност и въобще емоционалното учене е нещо, което образователната система дължи на децата в предучилищна възраст и това е най-добрата стъпка да се защитят в един, да си го кажем, хаотичен свят. Благодаря за вниманието.
Може би един-два въпроса, ако имате. Тук има. Да.
Приятно ми е, казвам се Валентина, Центъра за творческо обучение и съм сертифициран обучител по Академия Lego Education, Lego за образованието. Много съм впечатлена от програмата, от въобще подхода в оценяване на нейната ефективност. На мен лично ми е интересно, може би и за останалите, малко повече за самия тест, който сте приложили, тъй като видях, че на входа, на изхода, той реално е създаден специално по този повод, нали? Да. Защото видях, че използвате пак таралежчето, т.е. да е все пак свързан контекстуално с образователната програма. Смятате ли, тук е въпроса, смятате ли, че този тест би могъл да свърши работа и за оценка на други програми, които са с друго съдържание, но със същата цел да подобряват емоционалната грамотност на децата в тази възраст?
Благодаря за въпроса. Тестът ни даде доста интересни данни. Например,
Например, отговор на въпроса, коя емоция или кое емоционално лицево изражение децата разпознават най-често. Аз очаквах да кажа, че това е щастието или радостта. Оказа се, че това е гнева, тъгата и едва на 4-5 място беше спокойствието. Всъщност децата наистина отразяват средата, в която са. Дали това е детската градина и виждат своите учители тъжни, дали това е семейството и виждат своите родители гневни, защото част от отговорите бяха на въпроса как се чувства Флори, как се чувства Таралещето, отговорите бяха ще му се карат, ще заплаче. Дали, разбира се, има значение в коя възрастова група е детето, дали използва повече глаголи при отговаряне. Това също от гледна точка на езиковедите беше много интересно да се анализират данните, което също ни наведе на мисълта, например, че не трябва да правиме тест за скрининг на 3-годишна възраст, защото е рано в детските градини по отношение на социално-емоционалните умения. Голяма част от учителите казват, че там резултатите са много ниски. Реално това трябва да се случи на 4-5, да правиме скрининг за социално-емоционални умения на 4-5. И наистина, когато преподаваме такъв тип съдържание, ние трябва да се съобразиме с научните изследвания. Страшно много научни изследвания има върху това, че картинката трябва да се съчетава с дума и всичко това трябва да е адекватно на контекста. Много са интересни резултатите при деца с билингвизъм. Изключително интересни. Броят на отговорите, които дават те в края на програмата, дори да са грешни, нараства. Докато в началото примерно има нули. В смисъл никакво отчитане на отговор няма. Дори страх, евентуално, да кажат или да отговорят нещо. Но да, той може много бързо учителите, по начина по който се отговаря, по съдържанието на отговорите, учителите могат дори да преценят, че детето има нужда от консултация с психолог. Имаше няколко такива случаи, където заради информация за насилие в семейството, детето просто даде такъв тип отговори от гледна точка на емоциите. Смятам, че такъв тип кратки, бързи тестове имат място в детската градина и могат да бъдат прилагани от учителите.
Благодаря.
Ако е достатъчно.
Абсолютно.
Благодаря. Да продължим нататък. Следващата презентация е свързана с оценяването. Доста споменахме оценяването, инструменти за оценяване, за това, че не винаги практиците, особено и у нас, разполагат с такива. Така че аз ще представя съвсем накратко. Първо няколко неща за това какво е оценяването. Казахме вече, че има голяма пропаст и то не е само у нас. Споменах България, но той е за много страни. Включително това е проблем, който се обсъжда и в страни с доста по-развити практики, включително Щатите. Така че оценяване от една страна, още повече на социални емоционални умения. Преди мен доцент Елбова каза контекста. Тук има доста предизвикателства в оценяването, тъй като имаме много културни различия, в зависимост от контекста, тези поведения или начина, по който изразяваме нашите емоции, също могат да се променят. Тук съвсем накратко съм дала няколко щрихи. Оценяването, говорим последно за него, в този ред говорихме за държавите, за програмите, за платформата, помагане с технологии, стигнахме до оценяването. В никакъв случай обаче оценяването не е на последно място. И за да може да говорим за едни програми, основани на доказателства, имаме нужда от едно надежно и валидно оценяване. Така че експерти на световно ниво говорят за този проблем. Пак казвам, това не е нещо, което е специфично за европейски страни, за част от нашите страни или за част от или за България. Но т.е. оценяването на тези умения, на тези техники, говорихме вече за програми, но т.е. как оценяваме тези програми. Споменахме, че може да имаме програми, които да са основани на доказателства и такива, които не са. Проблемът не е в това доколко програмата работи или не работи. Най-вероятно всички те може да работят и да дават някакви ефекти. Ключовия въпрос тук е какво оценяваме. Оценяваме ли уменията, които искаме да развием? Доколко точно ги оценяваме, тъй като това не са неща, които ние можем да видим или да пипнем. Те са в нас, нашите емоции, нашите умения. Какъв е ефектът от това, което правим? Да, учители, родители, специалисти, най-вероятно всички ние полагаме усилия да развием тези умения, но доколко сме ефективни в това, което развиваме. Така че, за да може да имаме и програми или техники, дейности, не винаги говорим за цели програми, както за тази преди малко, на нас ни е необходима някаква мярка, някакъв инструмент, с който ние наистина да отмерим развиваме ли това, което искаме да развием, има ли ефект. Виждала съм и изследване, в което точно за социални и емоционални умения децата имат по-ниски резултати накрая в сравнение с началото на програмата. Тоест, нали, да не си мислим, че щом прилагаме някаква дейност, техника, програма, задължително това трябва да има ефект и той да е положителен. Казвам го като изключение. Така че това е ключово. Да, аз съм вече на този слайд, но т.е. връзката между оценяването и най-общо интервенции. Сутринта обсъждахме какво включваме в интервенции. Моето разбиране за интервенция е всякаква дейност, дали е програма, техника, някаква методология, която се прилага с децата с цел развитие на тези умения. Тук не визирам дефицити, някакви нарушения, проблеми и така нататък. Така че, дори за да може правилно да прилагаме определена програма, ние имаме нужда от инструменти, с които да го правим. Дала съм един модел, той е по Денъм, една американска изследователка, която целия си живот е посветила на тази проблематика. Може да звучи, да изглежда малко объркано, но идеята е, това е оценяването. Тръгваме от развитието, компетенции. Тя говори за стандарти, които би следвало да се въведат, така че да имаме някакъв стандарт за това какво развиваме. Това безспорно е свързано с обучението на децата. Тук вече имаме програми и развитие на учителите, но за да можем да стигнем тук до някаква промяна, имаме нужда от оценяването и то е свързано с всички тези нива. Тук просто в кутийки съм изброила някои неща, няма много да се спирам на тях. Оценяването може да е, като казвам оценяване, то може да е много различно. Може да е преди и след интервенция, може да е някакъв мониторинг, т.е. да проследява развитието. Може да е някакъв скрининг, това, което доцент Юбова спомена. Преди не е задължително също така да е свързано с специална програма. Може да е индивидуално, може да е групово, различни формати има, може да е направено от психолог, може да е от детския учител, може да е директна оценка или т.е. през въпросник, беше споменат и въпросник преди почивката. Така че тук форматите са различни. Всичко това обаче много зависи. Сложила съм възрастта на децата. Ние говорим за ранна предучилищна, но това реално поне ги делим на два минимум възрастови етапа, които са много различни. Сутринта беше споменато 5 годишни, 6 годишни. Вие имате чудесна представа колко различни могат да са те в своите постижения и умения. Казах, че това е проблем, който е разпознат. Горе-долу, паралелно, това не е нова тема. Тук съм сложила някои източници, виждате от края на 90-те години, 2000 и някоя, включително към момента. Има такива различни автори и екипи, които правят прегледи, проучват какво е налично. Тук говорим вече за световен мащаб. Касъл няколко пъти беше споменат, колелото на Касъл видяхме също няколко пъти. Споменаваме ги, тъй като те към момента, не защото щатите са на фокус, но Касел всъщност е към момента водещата организация, специално по отношение на социално и емоционално обучение. Така че самите те 2010 инициират първия такъв компендиум, след това го актуализират, имат и по-нова версия. Но нещо друго, което също е много интересно по отношение на този проблем, Бурус, може би част от вас са чували за тази организация, тя също е американска. Те са организации, която се занимава само и единствено с инструменти за оценяване. Те ги описват, като тук не визирам само инструменти за социални и емоционални умения или детско развитие. Абсолютно всеки един тест, въпросник, инструмент най-общо може да се намери в техните наръчници. Те много регулярно издават такъв Mental Measurement Yearbook се нарича. Имат и сайт. Това обаче, за което ги споменавам, тук съм сложила скриншот, през 2020 година, горе-долу паралелно с нашия проект, те започват техен голям проект, именно посветен на социалното и оценяването на социалното и емоционално учене, като преглеждат също доста материали и вече има издаден такъв техен наръчник, по-скоро с препоръки за изследователи, практици, специалисти, за какво да внимаваме, кои са тези подводни камъни и всички тези проблемни области, които съществуват по отношение на тази оценка. Съвсем накратко, това общо взето е екипът, който работи основно по този наръчник. Карла Пейшото и Вера Коелю бяха споменати преди почивката. Както споменах, този наръчник не беше планиран, но в хода на проекта установихме, че това е нещо, което също е много необходимо, наред с другите наръчници. Също не сме избирали просто някакви инструменти или въпросници. Имахме си доста стриктна методология. Това са критериите, на които избрахме и въз основа на които избрахме инструменти. Това съвсем накратко е целият процес, през който се мина. Идентифициране. Тук със сигурност трябва да спомена организации, които се занимават именно с разпространение, продажба на такива инструменти, тъй като официални писма бяха изпратени до такива големи организации. Джунти Психометрикс, те имат клонове не само в различни европейски страни, даже извън Европа. Хогрефе, Полската асоциация за лаборатория, която е за издаване на тестове. Също така от България имахме две фирми, които се включиха, клонът на Джунти Психометрикс и от фондация Хестия, които също са представители за някои инструменти за България. Така че идентифицирането беше доста широко и тук имахме над 250 инструмента, които много задълбочено бяха прегледани. Част от тези инструменти бяха подадени от тези компании. Т.е. бяха им изпратени официални писма с разяснение това какво искаме да направим и какво да постигнем. Писма бяха изпратени на доста повече, но тези организации откликнаха, така че част от инструментите описани вие ще видите и в сайта на автори, там пише тези компании или техни представители, така че те за част от съдържанието съдействаха. Казахме, че част от инструментите са такива с авторски права на тези компании, включително и част от тези, които ние сме описали. Така че това беше един дълъг процес, много така детайлно проучване на инструменти и подбиране. Казах, че над 250 е първоначалния списък. Включително имаше доста повече инструменти, изпратени от компании, които ние с тях предоговорихме и намалихме тези списъци, така че наистина да отговарят и на възрастовата група, и да са за някои от европейските страни. Искахме наистина да пасват на областите, които са от Касел, но включихме допълнително отчасти и когнитивни умения, свързано основно с екзекутивни функции, например. Също така, искам да съм по-кратка. Да, това са инструментите. Но освен, разделихме ги в крайна сметка на две групи. Освен инструменти, които наистина са насочени към социални или емоционални умения, тук може би трябва да уточня, че няма универсален инструмент, с изключение на един-два, които да обхващат всички области на Касел. Повечето са с една, две, някъде три, т.е. или специфично умение. Допълнително включихме инструменти, които като цяло са насочени към оценка на детско развитие, но съдържат субскали, посветени на социалното и емоционално развитие, така че 23 от инструментите са в тази група, те са разделени. Отново, подобно на наръчника с програми, са направени сводни таблици, т.е. ние си играхме, извадени са по критерии, така че за ползване след това да е много лесно по сводните таблици да се ориентирате, не да изчитате абсолютно всичко. Това е скриншот от платформата. Франциско вече показа дори тази страница сутринта. Има опция за филтри. Абсолютно всички програми са на списък, но т.е. по филтри може да си изберете по определени критерии. Има възраст, има област, която искате да видите дали за нея има инструменти, ако да, какви, в кои държави. Тук съвсем накратко, всичко това беше голям труд, но той има своите ограничения. Тези описания, които сме правили ние от екипа, те са основани на литературни източници, т.е. всичко, до което сме можели да стигнем, с съзнанието, че всичко това, т.е. има доста материали публикувани на национален език, тъй като ние търсихме инструменти за Европа. Описанията са кратки, но нашата идея не беше да дадем максимално много информация. Той така или иначе този наръчник стана най-дебелият от всички, които разработихме. Идеята е отново разработихме шаблон, по който да направим всички тези описания с определени полета, така че максимално информацията да е поднесена лесно, достъпно, четивно. Така че те са кратки, но дават много препратки към организации или сайтове, литература, места, където може, т.е. някой от вас, ако се интересува от конкретен инструмент, може да ползва тези препратки. За всеки инструмент са посочени източниците, които сме ползвали, на които сме се основавали, така че може да се запознаете по-подробно. Идеята всъщност е да предоставя информация, да е максимално от полза за всички нас, както и разглеждаме го наистина като първа стъпка. Не претендираме, че това е някакъв пълен, изчерпателен списък за която и да е държава, или че прегледали сме страшно много инструменти, възможно е нещо да е пропуснато. И за това разчитаме и на, както бяха апелите на предишни колеги, на вас да допълвате, да подавате нова информация. Платформата има голям потенциал за развитие, за добавяне на доста не само програми, инструменти, допълнителни материали. Благодаря. Това беше съвсем накратко. Ако имате въпроси. Да.
Няма да ставам, че ми е малко неудобно. Госпожо Колчева, това е впечатляващ обзор, наистина с много голям брой инструменти, които сте отсяли, намерили, описали. Всъщност в рамките на този проект правите ли все пак някакви препоръки за инструменти, които да имат приложимост в български условия?
Препоръки по-скоро не, тъй като наистина това са описания, но в платформата по критерии, когато се избере България, може да се види какво сме намерили за България, например. Не виждам други ръце. Следващата презентация е, вече минаваме към малко по-практическа част. Образователен контекст, казуси от практиката и критерии за наблюдение. Това е Амила Моязинович. Тя е изследовател от университета в Тузла. Тя ще представи четвъртата книга, която е посветена на, ако си спомняте, тази натоварена схема с много прозорчета. Образователен контекст е вътре, тя сега ще разкаже малко повече, случаи от практиката, въпросния речник и така нататък. За съжаление, тя не можа да пътува и затова ни е изпратила видео презентация. Аз ще я представя съвсем накратко. Тя е завършила в департамента за по специална педагогика и рехабилитация в университета в Тузла. Има докторска степен, интересува се от предучилищно образование, ранни интервенции, изследвания в областта на благополучието, качество на живот на семейството и децата, включително и семейства и деца с специални образователни потребности. Няма да отнема много време, така че ще пусна нейната презентация.
Good afternoon to all participants of final EU Self-Project Conference. I hope you enjoy an interesting presentation of the project activities, project partners and our project outputs. I'm Amila Mojazinovich from University of Tuzla and today I will present one...
Because you changed screens. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Duplicate. I think duplicate would work. What have, yeah, but this is not good option. Okay, maybe. You will need. Okay, because it's there. No, it's downstairs. It's there. Okay. Screen. Press duplicate. Yeah, duplicate. Okay. Yeah. I will. Okay. Okay, can I play? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sorry. Съжалявам, ама различни настройки.
Good afternoon to all participants of final EU Self-Project Conference. I hope you enjoy an interesting presentation of the project activities, project partners and our project outputs. I'm Amila Mojazinovich from University of Tuzla and today I will present one of our project output, EU Self-Project book. But before I start, I want to thank New Bulgarian University and our great coordinator Nadia Kolcheva for all hard work that she done during project activity. Also thanks to all partner organizations in developing these great project outputs that we can present today. This is the front page of our EU Self-Project book, which include overview of educational system and kindergarten practice in Bulgaria, Sweden, Hungary, Portugal, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Also, the book provides definition and list of terms related to the preschool education and social and emotional skills learning. And also some useful materials for professionals in field of preschool education in form of observation criteria. On the screen, you can see the name of editors and the authors of the book. The editors of the book are Nadia Kolcheva as coordinator of the project, Alma Dizdarevic from University of Tuzla, and me. But as I already said, that was the teamwork from all partner organizations, so below you can see the list of all authors of the book. The structure of the EU Self project book includes introduction with information about EU Self project idea and EU Self project partners. Then educational context include description of education system in partner countries. Case study include description of practice in kindergarten in Bulgaria, Portugal, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Glossary include a list and definition of terms related to the preschool education and social and emotional skills development and learning, and observation criteria as annex of the book. The educational context include uniform and systematic overview of education system in all partner countries and all levels of the education, from preschool education till higher education. The methodology of development this part of the book include three main steps. The first include guidelines with developing document with technical and academic guidelines for uniform presentation of education system in partner countries. Then developing materials with activities of literature search, writing materials, and correction materials, and developing chapter in the book, which include activities of developing compendium of the materials from all partner organizations, proofreading, and developing design of the materials. Description of the educational system in partner country include three main parts of the information. General description of education include information about responsible organization for education in that partner countries, organization of the education in that partner countries, and diagram of the structure. That means information from all level of education, from preschool education till higher education. Description of preschool education include information about responsible organization for the preschool education in that partner countries, who develop and which skills provide preschool curriculum and what provide preschool curriculum for social and emotional skills development. The last part include information about professionals and assessment, and that means about information of staff training and assessment for development and social and emotional skills of the children at national level in that partner countries. The case study include materials related to the information at institutional level and present kindergarten practice in Bulgaria, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Portugal. The structure and methodology of development, this part of the book, include the first developing guidelines for partner organization from Bulgaria, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Portugal. And the document of case study includes summary with main information about document and key terms, description of context of kindergarten with information about numbers of the children, age of the children, and professional staff. Description of practice in kindergarten include information about activities, daily routines, research, and professionals training. And description of evaluation process include information about evaluation of the professionals and the evaluation of the children. The last part include conclusion and recommendation with main information how to improve kindergarten practice, but what we can do for our future project and our future research. Annex of the book include observation criteria, and we have two types of the observation criteria. Observation criteria for classroom observation include observation of classroom activities and assessment of presence in joy of children, cooperation, sharing, transition daily routines. Observation of materials include assessment of presence materials related to behavior management, emotion, or conflict resolution, and observation related to the teacher behavior include assessment of teacher nonverbal behavior during non-adaptive behavior of the children during interaction with the children or conflict resolution. And observation criteria for video recording include assessment and description of topic of activities in the video recorded materials, structure of activities, teacher and children interaction, as well as methodology and activities related to the social and emotional skills development and learning. So that was the main chapter of the book and main information about our online publication. So if you have any question, you can ask our editor, Nadia Kolcheva, and I hope you will have a great next presentation and interesting presentation from our partner organization. Thank you.
Ако имате междувременно въпроси, тази книга също е на разположение и в сайта, и в платформата. Добре, да продължим с следващата презентация. Интервенции в образователен контекст, какво правим в социален център Сотело. Имаме удоволствието с нас да е Изабел София Коста, представител на центъра. Аз ще я представя съвсем накратко. Оставащите презентации са посветени по-скоро на повече практически неща, тъй като партньорите, които са както е Център Сотело, детската градина в България и детската градина в Босна, които са партньори, ще представят част от тяхната практика. Така, аз ще я представя на английски, за да чуе. Sophia, she has a degree in Master in Psychology, Specialist in Educational Psychology and in Clinical and Case Psychology. In the last 22 years, she developed her professional activity in three different but complementary axes: clinical, educational, and community, with a particular focus on working with children and young people and their families, favoring a close articulation with all the actors involved. She currently is attending a doctoral program in psychology, and she is developing research with adoptive families. She is researcher in Group for Research and Intervention in Out-of-Home Care and Adoption, Faculty of Psychology and Education Science, University of Porto, Portugal. She also collaborates with the Order of Portuguese Psychologists in orientation of internships and for exercise of the profession. So, Sophia, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. First, I would like to congratulate everyone present, especially all you self-project partners. Special thanks to Nadia for this conference organization and these 2 years of work and common sharing. So, as my institution is one of the partners of the EU Self project, I will share some of the work carried out by Centro Social Sotelo, particularly by our kindergarten. I'm going to do this presentation, but we are a team, Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Isabel.
They may stand.
If you want, you can join me. No? Okay.
Surprise.
This presentation is divided into 3 parts: a brief description of CSS, some considerations about socio-emotional skills development, namely the theoretical concepts that guide our work, and finally our practices. Who we are. CSS is a non-governmental organization formally founded on the 25th of April 1976. It was created by a local group of residents which aimed to make a change in the community, especially in the educational and family support responses available for local young children. At present, CSS develops its activity in the Oporto district in early childhood youth education, the elderly, and social and community intervention. It has 110 permanent workers and several people who benefit from occupational programs to support professional insertion and various professional and academic internships. It also has around 1,800 members. Our mission is to meet the legitimate needs and expectations of the community, promoting equality, participation, cooperation, and solidarity. Thus, CSS has statutory objectives to support family in the education and protection of children, promote well-being of the elderly, and respond to the community's needs through typical social responses and social intervention projects. These are our principles and values: equality, participation, cooperation, solidarity, respect for difference, quality, rigor, co-responsibility. CSS develops its activity in 3 different areas. Focusing on childhood and youth, it provides nursery, preschool, and extra-school occupational programs for children from 4 months to 14 years. CSS supports 322 children. In terms of support for the elderly, it promotes the responses of the daycare center, social center, and home support service. CSS also develops community intervention projects focusing on problems of the local community identified as priorities such as unemployment, poverty, social exclusion, psychosocial risk of children and young people in situations of social vulnerability, school failure, dependencies, disability, aging, and isolation of the elderly. Preschool education is distinct from the other study cycles in Portugal. Throughout the school year, the preschool curriculum holds guidelines and orientations of the areas to be developed: personal and social training, expression and communication, and world knowledge. However, it is the responsibility of educators to promote experiences that allow the achievement of these acquisitions and the other knowledge and skills. Regarding the socio-emotional domain, there are no specific guidelines. However, it is evident that it is a domain that cuts across the areas defined in the preschool curriculum. This is a conceptual framework of reference for the promotion of social skills through interpersonal development and promotion of positive relationships with others, emotion skills through the advancement of interpersonal development such as self-knowledge and self-regulation, and also academic skills as knowledge learning associated with social and emotional growth. Our practices. At CSS, it is considered that educators should be aware of the various theoretical models for preschool education and be able to extract from each the information and methods they consider most useful and enriching for their practices. The educational practice is based on the use of methodological procedures, which in turn are based on the construction of both knowledge and the development of the teaching-learning process. The educational process is built up through a close relationship between families, children, and the educational team, where the child assumes the leading role. I will briefly present three models that are the basis of the practices of the educational team. I scope. This model sees the child as an active learner who gets the most out of the activities he/she plans, develops, and reflects upon. Active learning, the fundamental pillar of the model, is defined as learning in which the child, through its action on objects and its interaction with people, comes to understand the world. Reggio Emilia. This model advocates that children learn through their five senses and all possible tools, body, word, and thought. All these influences how children construct identity and knowledge, allowing them to interpret the environment around them. In this way, children are encouraged to explore their surroundings and express themselves through their natural language of forms of expression. Participation pedagogy values the experience, knowledge, and culture of children and families in dialogue with professionals' knowledge and culture. This approach values educational environments in which the relationships and interactions enable the development of activities and projects. Educational is based on pedagogical axes that connect theory and practice. This is the 8 axes or learning areas: to narrate, to belong, to explore, to be, to create, to participate, to communicate. All of these models value children's active learning, during which the child's preferences are the guiding thread and basis for the educator's work. We nurture a pedagogy of participation. We try to listen, involve, and make each child an active learning agent with a voice in the planning of activities and organization of the educational environment. The educators are a mediator who appreciates each actor in the process and tries to harmonize their practices to meet the individual and collective needs of the children. Negotiation is an inherent part of the whole learning process. Beyond the relevance of the work developed in the classroom context with children, the importance of involving the child's immediate context, especially their families, should also be highlighted. A close relationship with them allows us to meet and to facilitate the spotting of children's potential difficulties, disabilities, and delays. To this end, CSS has an initiative called Come Spend a Day with Us, in which the children's parents throughout the year can spend a day in the institution and get to know the routines and work done with their children. CEL is transversal to all curricular areas, as we said, given the importance and recognition of CAS in the global development of children. The educational team felt the need to implement new approaches with children for the school context. Since 2015, CSS has had yoga practice weekly. Breathing and relaxation techniques and expression techniques, dance, art, music, are worked on in groups and individually, enabling the experience of moments of belonging and group sharing. More recently, we were invited to implement the DOPI program with our children. DOPI is based on children's story Take the Leap with DOPI, where the protagonist is a kangaroo who intends to influence others through his body, language, history, and way of life to be healthier, more positive, and more balanced. DOPI feeds on feelings. The more DOPI identifies and expresses its feelings, the stronger and more energetic he becomes. When others share their feelings with him, the stronger and more energetic DOPI becomes. DOPI consists of 10 sessions of 90 minutes each, which should take place regularly. This program promotes dialogue, interaction, and personal and social development using a variety of active participation methodologies and different non-formal education tools, group dynamics, games, children debates, role plays, individual reflection. These children are expected to become more competent in overcoming challenges and meeting goals throughout their development and more aware of their skills and strengths by exploring their potential. DOPI works resilience, empathy, emotional management, self-knowledge and self-esteem, assertive communication, attention to the others. Some photos of the DOPI implementation. Homogeneous program is at the stage of validation, having already carried out pilot experiences prior to its implementation. It was created by a Portuguese multidisciplinary team like pediatricians and psychologists with the purpose of helping children and parents, caregivers, to get to know their emotion and body better, realize their interconnection. The program's main goals are the identification, expression, and the regulations of emotions. 4 stories are explored throughout 17 sessions, dealing with basic emotions, anger, fear, sadness, and happiness, based on group discussion, role-playing, use of puppets, moments of mindfulness, relaxation, and songs. These sessions are supposed to be implemented by preschool teachers once a week for 45 minutes. The program also engages parents, encouraging them to participate in the weekly changeable proposals. Some photos of homogeneous. As we have already stated, socio-emotional development is worked on a daily basis. Further, you will find 2 more examples of activities. The Affections Week, which allow the children to work on different emotional states, sharing among the group, cohesion, respect, etc. And the World Peace Day. Last week, the community of CSS came together to celebrate the World Peace Day. Children, seniors, staff, and partners, forming a human cord, get together to remember the importance of peace in the world, as well as in the daily life of everyone. In this action, we were supported by police department and a local basic school. Assessment is an integral element and regulator of educational practice. It is up to the educator as the person responsible for curriculum management to assess the educational environment, the functionality of the context that he or she organizes, spaces and materials, the methodology and strategies adopted, and their interconnection with educational intentionality. Assessment in this context allows a better understanding of each child, the difficulties and potential, a better understanding of how they perceive the world around them and interact with it, Other actors are involved in this process and have a fundamental role, namely parents and guardians, special educational teachers, other professionals, the community, and child. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions to Sophia? No?
No.
No? If not, I will... да мина на български. Ще поканя представителите на детска градина 37 Вълшебство. Партньорът от България. Само да ви приготвя презентацията. Мисля, че ще тръгне така. Да ги представя.
No problem.
Чакай само да ви представя. Благодарности на екипа на детската градина. Те са и съорганизатор на днешното събитие. Аз най-накрая ще изкажа благодарности на целия екип. А сега само ще представя госпожа Гергана Петрова, която е директор на детската градина с дългогодишен опит. Тук си написала много години педагогически стаж, включително и като учител, така че тя освен от позицията на менеджер познава много добре и практиката. Има магистърска степен, специалност предучилищна и начална училищна педагогика от Софийски университет, мениджмънт на образованието в предучилищните заведения, също така първа квалификационна степен. Другата колега Денислава Николова, тя е учител в детската градина, завършва магистърска степен по предучилищна педагогика, така че те ще ни представят практиката и това, което правят в детската градина. Заповядайте си.
Здравейте, колеги! За мен е удоволствие да се видим тук на тази среща. Ще се опитаме много бързо да представим част от нашата практика, защото доста напред на времето. В същото време ние работим много, имаме много какво да покажем, но повечето от нещата, с които ние се занимаваме относно социалното и емоционалното развитие на децата, вие може да видите в последствие в сайта на проекта. Какво бих казала, за да се осъществи такъв един процес в една институция, първоначално е необходимо да бъде адаптирано едно дете. Как се случва адаптацията? Адаптацията естествено се случва след като първоначално се видим за записване в детската градина с родителите, своевременно се запознаем, направим първите ни срещи, които са на място и опознавателни, и в последствие, в следващия етап вече, запознаем самите педагози и специалисти, които работят в детската градина с родителите, за да може да се осъществи един плавен процес на адаптация. След този процес на адаптация започва същинския процес за социално и емоционално развитие на децата. Ще дам думата на моя колега, за да може да ви запознае с част от нашата практика, която се случва на място на терена. Както казах, останалата част вие ще я видите в последствие в сайта на проекта. Благодаря ви. Заповядайте.
Аз ще продължа за адаптацията или моделът на адаптацията в нашата детска градина. Процесът на адаптацията към детската градина, както знаем, е различен за абсолютно всяко дете и за това е важно по време на този период да се следва темпото на всяко дете. Самата продължителност на адаптацията може да бъде седмица, две или дори и месец, като нашият екип отлично разбира, че всяко дете е наистина уникално и точно заради това е нужно да му се даде известно време то да се адаптира към новият ежедневен режим и рутина. Детската градина остава основният инициативен фактор в взаимодействието с родителската общност, но ролята и задължението на детската градина е не само да отглежда, да възпитава, да обучава и така и да социализира децата в необходимата образователна среда, но също така и да дава модели на родителите, които те да усвояват и след това да приложат така за бързото постигане на целите в предучилищното образование, а след това в училището и след това за самата обществена значимост. Учителят трябва винаги да помага на новопостъпилото дете да се привърже и да създаде така един устойчив емоционален контакт с друг човек, който е различен от майката или от отглеждащият го възрастен, но така, мисля, че всички може да се съгласите с мен, че наистина пътят към една успешна адаптация е когато учителят зареди с една наистина положителна емоция всяко дете. Работим по модел за адаптация, педагогическа практика към Министерството на образованието, утринна приказка, който представлява допълнителна възможност за образователното развитие, в която педагогическите специалисти, както и представители на родителската общност работят заедно, за да се създадат условия на адаптация, детската личност да се разгърне в предучилищната институция. Във всяка възрастова група във всяка възрастова група има различни очаквани резултати, прилагат се различни методики и похвати, имаме различни модели, като например в първа група е адаптационният модел, във втора група е целеполагащият модел, в трета група е трансформиращият модел и за четвърта група остава формиращият модел. Наистина насочваме вниманието на всички колеги да прилагат тази наистина изключително важна и според мен добра практика утринна приказка. Работим и по национална програма "Успяваме заедно", като целта на проекта е физическите, емоционални, социални и речеви умения да се развият чрез ефективни мерки за осигуряване на плавен преход на детето към семейната среда и усъвършенстване на взаимодействието на учителите с родителите. Проект "Парад на здравето" е по програма за развитие на физическото възпитание и спорт към Столична община. За мен това е наистина един много любим проект, защото дейностите по проекта са сутрешна гимнастика с учителите, децата и отново представители на родителската общност. Съответно самите цели са повишаване на физическата дееспособност и активизиране на стимулиране на активния и здравословен начин на живот, но не само на децата, а и на възрастните. Учител за един ден от 2015 година работим по проект на детската градина, който се нарича "Учител за един ден", тъй като ние смятаме, че детската градина винаги трябва да бъде изключително отворена към родителската общност и трябва да търси и да предлага възможности за оптимално сътрудничество с родителите, но сътрудничеството би било възможно най-ефективно и резултатно само когато то бъде изградено на принципите на доброволност, разнообразие и избор. Работа с родители. През цялата година ние постоянно имаме различни инициативи, които са посредством родителите. Те са под формата на различни тематични ателиета, благотворителни базари, открити врати. Ето тук може да видите, тук родителите с децата изработиха различни видове мартеници, за празникът за 1 март или така наречения празник на баба Марта. Тук отново имаме работа с родителите. Те заедно с децата изработиха великденски яйца и великденска украса. за да направим двора на детската градина още по-приятен, още по-комфортен и красив за децата, тъй като те ежедневно прекарват време там. Заедно засадихме цветя и семена в двора на детската градина. Идеята на всички тези инициативи, наистина искам да кажа, че това е по този начин се осъществява една приемственост към семейната среда, към моралните ценности и към националните традиции и обичаи. За добрите практики искам да кажа само няколко думи. Добре. Те ежедневно се провеждат под формата на игри с нашите педагогически специалисти, като знаем, че играта е изключително важна за обучението и за развитието на децата в ранна детска възраст, както и тя спомага за развитието и стимулирането на въображението, спомага за разрешаването на различни проблеми и помага на децата за усъвършенстване на своите социални и емоционални умения и компетентности. Тази година участвахме в 14 научно-практическа конференция "Водим бъдещето за ръка", която се проведе в град Велико Търново. Там представихме доклад по образователно направление "Български език и литература" с част от моята група, с част от децата от моята група. Така драматизирахме приказката "Дядо вади ряпа" и мисля, че се получи много хубаво. Сега даже ще го видите. Само искам да кажа, че избрах той с помощта на кукли и избрах кукления театър като средство, тъй като той, освен че развива социалните, емоционални, речеви умения, но също така и естетическите и духовните, които също не са за подценяване и са изключително важни при развитието на детската личност. Сега ще ви представя един наистина добър резултат от нашите модели на адаптация и социалното и емоционално развитие на децата в детската градина. вашето внимание.
Благодаря. Въпроси? Кратки?
Ами, това се случи лятото. Бяха на трета група, между 5 и 6 годишни.
Как се справяте с рези и мерките с пускането на родителите?
Микрофонът е там.
Много ми е интересно.
Бих казала, че нямаме проблем с рези. Спазват се всички противоепидемични мерки в условията на COVID. Педагогическата практика на утринна приказка се осъществяваше и онлайн от вкъщи. Родителите правеха записи, пускаха се на децата, същевременно се включваха и в живи връзки. Така че не сме имали проблеми до момента с рези. Бих казала, че всичко това се случва благодарение на целия екип и благодарение на това, че в екипа ние имаме достатъчно специалисти. В детската градина имаме психолог, логопед и ресурсен учител. В същото време това се случва, защото и нашите родители наистина са доста така благосклонни да се включат в нашите събития. В същото време и за тях е голям интерес всичко това, което се случва на място в детската градина. Имате ли въпроси, колеги? Искам да изкажа моята благодарност на целия екип. Да.
Много интересно, как разрешавате казуси, които възникват с, примерно, дете. Да речем, ударило е някого. Нали, най-тривиалният казус. Ударило е някого това дете. Има съответно едни недоволни родители, едни страдали родители, едни недоволни деца. И въобще, има деца свидетели. Как разрешавате един такъв казус, понеже виждам, че сте интегрирали доста цялостно социално-емоционалното изучаване, а пък превенцията от агресия, съответно и интервенцията са част от нея. Просто като механизъм, може би ще е много полезно да споделите на хората.
Това, което се случва на терен, всяка възрастова група има определени правила за отношение и взаимоотношения в самата група. Естествено, че възникват такива ситуации и в този момент се включват колегите, едновременно с тях и екипа за подкрепа за личностно развитие, специалистите. Те са ни голяма помощ и подкрепа. Психолога, логопеда и ресурсния учител във всеки един момент те са медиатори в определени ситуации с различните деца, както и казуси между екипа и родителите, които наистина възникват понякога, но нямаме проблем, всичко е възоснова на добрия диалог се получават нещата.
Тоест, случва се като обща среща. Имате като част от механизма едно общо дискутиране на казуса, в което се обсъжда цялата причинно-следственост да се стигне до това и съответно без да търсите виновни, предполагам, а като казвате подкрепа, доколкото разбрах, търсите специалисти, за да окажат тази подкрепа.
Никога не търсим вина, а търсим подкрепа. Да. Всеки казус е различен, в зависимост от определената ситуация се получава включването от страна на специалистите и екипа в групата или екипа на детската градина.
Обсъжда ли се групово?
Да, задължително.
Да, чудесно.
Задължително, за да предприем каквото или действие или каквито и да е стъпки, предварително имаме срещи, на които обсъждаме какви пътеки да начертаем и по кой път да вървим.
Тоест са всички замесени страни.
Абсолютно.
Много е важно това да бъде разпространено в пространството, наистина.
Всяка една образователна институция има своите стъпки и правила за работа.
Благодаря ви.
Благодаря. Колеги, имате ли въпроси? Благодарим ви.
Ако има нещо съвсем кратко, ако не, да преминем към следващата презентация, която ще ни разкаже за една друга практика, mindfulness и обучение за мир в Монтесори класна стая. Имаме тук днес присъстващ Бенямин Авдич, който е представител на Монтесори детска градина от град Тузла. Аз съм приготвила вече презентацията, съвсем накратко ще го представя. In English?
Yes.
Graduated from the Department of Special Education and Rehabilitation of the University of Tuzla with a golden plaque. First steps in orientating his life toward education and fulfilling children's life potentials made as drama pedagogy educator in a local youth theater. In 2019, also published a children's book titled Capeless Hero, where the main characters are heroes with developmental disabilities. Later on, continued on building his academic path through scientific work and showed interest in preschool education system, early rehabilitation and expressive arts therapies. Socially active through several associations and Montessori preschool institution in the field of education, culture and social protection. Very dedicated, in love with work, fighter for rights. Currently, he is working in School Associate for Inclusive Education as a teacher assistant at the Department of Special Education and Rehabilitation of the University of Tuzla. So, Benjamin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nadia. Hello, everyone. I get it. We are all tired, so I'll give my best to stick to the time because it's very funny seeing Nadia's papers like that. Coming from one small city, one small country, I'll try to give you some insights of one, let's say, outstanding practice in our preschool institutions. I'm going to try to connect mindfulness and Montessori. Montessori education, I mean, one of the key goals of Montessori education include to make children growing into capable people who will have a strong sense of self, who will have ability to interact with others, and who will be able to make themselves productive during the life. In Montessori education, although it is based on the comprehensive development of a child's personality, which also includes social and emotional skills, sometimes it is necessary to design and implement additional activities that are going to aim for adopting positive behavior in the classroom and peaceful behavior. When we are designing and implementing activities like that, we are still trying to stick to the Montessori principles. So as light motive of this presentation, I would like to share Maria Montessori's quote from The Absorbent Mind that says that the essential thing is to arouse such an interest that it engages the child's whole personality. Maria Montessori has not mentioned mindfulness, but here we can see that she has acknowledged the uniqueness of connected body and mind. There are many Montessori principles that are specific, and it is considered that those principles are related to social and emotional development with its educational characteristics that are directly related to society and life. And some of those are that we are developing children to doing on their own, developing their independence, taking responsibility to learn, self-discipline, self-confidence, respect for other children in the group, selecting the material, accomplishing the task, and then self-removing the used materials, as well establishing relationships, waiting for your turn, and so on. Montessori is divided into 5 working areas, and social and emotional skills aren't a specific area of education, but in Montessori education, the principle says that children are free to make constructive choices among activities that they have been taught, among activities that they were being presented by the teacher, to explore their personal interests, and they are free to decide whether they want to work alone or to work with their peers in multi-age classrooms. Why multi-age classrooms? Because Maria Montessori believed that children learn from each other, and it is often seen in Montessori environments that a child plays a role model for a younger child by teaching him. There are no grades or extrinsic awards in Montessori education, and learning is situated in real or simulative contexts. Montessori environment itself is being prepared. It is designed to foster calm and concentration. It is very simple, beautiful, orderly, organized, attractive, and inviting. Somehow it is provoking boredom of children, so they self can search for the activity and when I come back to the previous slide, show their interest. Materials are designed to enhance the child's deep awareness of his and her senses. Later on, after we talked a bit about Montessori, we ask ourselves, what is mindfulness? In our language, in Bosnian, it is even hard, there is no word to translate the word mindfulness. I don't know for other countries, but how would we define it? Is it being involved in something? Is it being involved and focused on the present moment? Focused, experiencing, being aware of what I'm doing, being aware of where I am, being fully present here, and it is based on moment to moment. So, at the next slide, I'm going to share, let's say, two separate groups of activities. Walking the line, balance between sensory engagement and abstract things, and so-called scarcity of resources. The upper ones are related to Montessori education principles. These one below, walking meditation, deep breathing, seated meditations, preference for minimalism, are characteristics of mindfulness activities. We can see maybe some connection and similarity between these activities in Montessori and mindfulness, but more of that, what we see here, is a chance for learning social and emotional skills and developing cognitive and executive functions for children. That means self-regulation, inhibition, shifting or switching the tasks, planning, and so on. Next, let's talk about some ideas that we practice in Montessori kindergarten. Peace is a very important part of the Montessori education. Activities that are related to learning about peace can be used in daily routines or can be used for the International World Peace Day or in other lessons such as learning about different cultures, meditation, and etc. The learning about peace includes this specific tray and set of cards with the word peace written in various languages. The presentation of these materials goes in the way that, first of all, children who are included in this activity need to be sensitive for language learning. Teacher presents material only to one child. Before it, teacher talks with children about peace and what word peace exactly mean. Later on, it presents word peace in different languages by big cards and put them on a mat. Children has a task to match the small cards with the big ones, and after presentation of teacher, child repeat this activity as many times as he or she wants. What is important here to emphasize is that by meaning the peace, we do not mean just peace outside in objective reality. We mean, first of all, inner peace, learning children what is inner peace, what is peace in the classroom, thank you, and, and then what is peace in objective reality. The silence game is something that Maria Montessori invented because she also worked with children with hearing disabilities, hearing impairments. She saw that by making them focusing more on what they hear, they can better use the residual hearing. So playing this silence game can give a child a sense of joy, achievement. It is usually played as a group game, but it can be individual. Here are some variants. The first one is silence with the bell, where the children are sitting in a circle. Each child will have opportunity to take a bell, walk around the circle on the line by not letting the bell ring. The another one is silence game with listening, where teacher invites a small group of children to sit quietly with their eyes closed, being focused. The time we start is about 20 to 30 seconds. Afterward, they discuss what they heard. You can open the window and make them sit, close their eyes, and focus on what they hear outside. The another variant is when they have to, you can use some musical instruments when the children later have to guess what sound did they hear. Zen garden in Montessori classroom can be as part of a cultural lesson on Asia and specific countries. The word Zen actually means meditation. This Zen garden, this activity features area of a sand or fine gravel, large or small rocks that are being placed throughout, and the rake. After seeing a careful demonstration, children can rake a pattern in the fine sand and select a place for each stone. They need to take deep breaths and carefully place the stones. Then they carefully rake the sand to make a variety of patterns before removing the stone and putting the another one. Also, we apply this activity in the salt pool, because in the kindergarten we have salt room for halotherapy, so the children can use salt for making this Zen activities. And the yoga as a last practice idea. Yoga, like Montessori education, is a process of discovery, connecting body and mind. Can be applied in many ways in kindergarten. Can be a routine with a teacher as a trainer or another child as a trainer. Can be worked by yoga cards. There are the ones very small in the picture if you can see them. It can be organized as a group activity in which all children perform the same pose, or can be group activity in which each child perform different poses with their own yoga cards. Also, because in Montessori environment, as I said, it is being prepared, these yoga mats can be placed so children can make yoga whenever during the day they want. So, to sum up, the research shown that practicing mindfulness changes the brain. It is associated stimulating the parts of the brain that are associated with positive emotions and focus. We know that brain in these early ages is neuroplastical. So we are engraving such a behavioral patterns that will be during our life. Mindfulness techniques improve many cognitive things: attention, concentration, memory, regulation of feelings, behavior, sleep, relationship with others, and so on and so on. You can read it here. All those positive effects are in correlation of social and emotional skills learning, and based on these activities, children develop and improve importance of SES for their future life. That would be it. Children are curious by their nature, and they will easily adopt new activities. They will easily learn and apply them every day. So it is with the mindfulness. Thank you.
Въпроси?
Hello, Benjamin. My name is Decia. I'm a Montessori trainer. I'm so glad to hear your presentation. It's really great that you're making this link between mindfulness and Montessori. And maybe you can add also, as outcome of Montessori education, normalization leads to socialization.
Yes.
So this is something that is very on the point of the method. And also I would like to ask whether, did you conduct any studies in Montessori classrooms or any, I don't know, maybe some exploration of with the work with the children in relation with the mindfulness? That you can just...
If you mean about our kindergarten, not yet, but okay. Definitely will be in the future. Montessori kindergarten is something new. I mean, new in our town, still developing and still. I'm missing the word. Still exploring the possibilities you can offer by Montessori to the children. So for now on, no, but in the future, for sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Друг въпрос? Бърз?
Thank you.
Thank you.
И накрая говорихме доста за децата, за всички деца, но най-накрая имаме една тема, която е с фокус приобщаване. Така че имаме като лектор Ерика Колумбан. Както се казва на английски, last but not least. Аз ще я представя съвсем накратко. Ще представя на английски, за да чуе и тя. She is a senior lecturer in special education at the András Pető Semmelweis University in Budapest, Hungary. She has a PhD from that university. Her research interests are in the area of conductive education, social inclusion, complex rehabilitation of people in several motor disorders. She collaborates very successfully with researchers and practitioners and also non-governmental organizations in different subjects like social inclusion with people with disabilities. She also worked for many years as a researcher and practitioner in German language areas, where she was involved in implementation of conductive education. Conductive education is a holistic complex educational system that has become world-renowned on educating individuals with motor disabilities. Now, today she will present us the role of social and emotional skills and within the framework of inclusive education. Here you are.
Thank you very much for introducing me, Nadia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues. And it was a really nice opportunity to work together in the framework of EUSELF project. And as Nadia introduced myself to you, in the last 2 decades I was working with disabled children and youngsters together with non-disabled peers, and therefore the social inclusion is a really important topic of me, and that's why I would like to highlight today the role of the social and emotional skills development in children's inclusion. So, to the background, I would like to talk about 2 important statements. One of the United Nations for decades emphasized the need and the importance of inclusion and of the inclusive education, and highlighted its social and emotional benefits, as states the Salamanca Statement. And in 2006, also states the United Nations, the Convention on the Rights of the Person with Disabilities. So this convention states that inclusion is an attitude of respect for the rights of persons with disabilities, and the person with disabilities should have access to an inclusive, quality and free primary education and secondary education on the equal basis with others in the communities in which they live. So these are two important statements, and moreover, the United Nations states in the Sustainable Development 4.7 goals that, sorry, yes, so here in this goal targets very specially aim to provide to the children the necessary skills to advance these sustainable development initiatives, including promoting peace, global citizenships, and appreciation and respect for cultural diversity. As you see, the international policy is to emphasize the inclusive education, welcoming communities, combating discrimination, and respecting the diversity and the respect for the others. These international objectives are very close to the social and emotional learning, as you will see. Here you see the very popular presentation of the and interpretation what the inclusion means to be. Is the aim of the inclusion to embrace all the people irrespective of the race, gender, disability, medical or other need. It's about inclusion, it's about giving access, equal access and opportunities, and getting rid of discrimination and intolerance. Inclusive early childhood atmosphere could be characterized in an atmosphere where the children are able to use their strengths, make choices, particularly in play, to exercise their curiosity and self-direction, to express interest and goals and in problem solving. Accordingly, they are motivated for and the activities are valued, and they can communicate, and they are supported to be in interaction with their peers. So, to sum up, including students with disabilities in education allows developing children to demonstrate these skills by expressing compassion and respect towards members of the disabilities or different communities, and considering their unique perspectives. The basic core competencies in the social and emotional learning is related to inclusion. As we talk about today, there are 5 core competencies within the social and emotional learning framework, but 2 of these competencies, especially the social awareness and the responsible decision making, are really crucial for the social inclusion and for the inclusive education. Social awareness is defined as empathy and understanding of diverse perspectives and culture, social emotional learning, it's supported by social awareness, providing the students the skills they need for inclusive education to be effective. The responsible decision making is defined as demonstrating open-mindedness and making constructive decisions across various settings. So for students with disability, the social emotional learning targets many skills deficit manifested by cognitive and emotional disabilities. So a few recent data about the inclusive environment, just really brief, that the research indicates that the placement in an inclusive setting enhance social emotional skills for typically developing students to a greater extent than placement in a non-inclusive settings. Another literature also shows that the teacher finds that the social competence is a strong predictor of social inclusion for all children. And another one which says that students with disabilities have socially benefited from being without disabilities, from being in an inclusive classroom with students with disabilities, and social effects of inclusion are as follows: reduction of fear, hostility, prejudice, and discrimination, as well as increase of tolerance, acceptance, and understandings. So the conclusion could be that children with and without disabilities or with other different backgrounds acquire social emotional benefits from education in inclusive settings, and the values taught through social emotional learning programs promote the aspiration of inclusive education. That's why the social emotional learning and inclusive education are strongly linked to foster an equitable education system that promotes the sustainable peace and the global citizenships.
Въпроси?
So if you have questions, you can find me here.
Всъщност по програма в момента имаме още 6-7 минути за финална дискусия. Така че освен въпроси към последната презентация, заповядайте, ако имате коментар, въпрос. Ириана, can I ask you without the microphone, they don't hear in the...
Разбрах, да. Чувате ли ме с микрофона? Добре. Ами въпросът, който имам, съм си го задавала много пъти. Обсъждала съм го с специалисти от предучилищно, училищно образование, психолози. Той е доста генерален, обаче има много пряка връзка с темата за социално-емоционално развитие. И въпросът е следният. Знаем, че в България, а и не само, така доста голяма бариера за прилагането на индивидуалния подход, обръщане на достатъчно внимание към индивидуалните потребности на децата е големината на групите в детската градина и в училище, разбира се, големината на класовете. Въпросът е към всички. Бих била щастлива да чуя на презентаторите мнението, но бих се радвала да чуя и мнението на други специалисти. Смятате ли, че е възможно да постигнем целите, които си поставяме, въпреки този така усложняващ фактор за приложение на индивидуалния подход, Какво е вашето усещане? По-скоро положително ли сте настроени? Аз мисля, че вие сте положително настроени. Мисля, че при вас се получава прекрасно. Убедена съм, че и в други детски градини се получава наистина много добре, въпреки това. Но бих искала да чуя на практиците.
Въпреки това се случва наистина. Случва се, пак казвам, благодарение на това, че ние имаме специалистите, които са ни допълнителна подкрепа в критични ситуации и които същевременно работят с децата с специални образователни потребности. Защото знаем, тези деца са навсякъде, между нас. И когато имаме един екип, който е подкрепен от екип специалисти, нещата се случват, въпреки голямия брой деца в групите.
Това са все пак специалисти на щат, т.е. те си работят
абсолютно,
при вас.
Да. Назначени на щат в детската градина.
Да.
Абсолютно.
Това е и моето впечатление, между другото, че когато има пълен екип, който е редом с децата и учителите всеки ден, нещата се получават. Но
когато са на място, на терен, в детската градина, в детската група.
Добре,
иначе наистина е трудно на колегите, които работят самостоятелно без такива специалисти.
Да, това исках да допълня. Може би трябва да кажем, че не всяка детска градина има това щастие. Да има психолог, логопед, ресурсен учител, т.е. специалисти, които допълнително да подпомагат децата.
Но пък има национални програми, към които могат да се включат колегите.
Аз може ли да се включа като практикуващ учител? Наистина екипите са почти във всяка детска градина и ни помагат. Но големия брой деца и когато имаме деца 3-4 СОПа в групата, колкото и да ни помагат е много трудно. Аз мисля, че Министерството на образованието трябва да помисли в тази насока.
Може би имате предвид помощник на учителя?
Имаме помощник на учителя, но се наемат хора, които изобщо нямат представа за какво става дума.
Може би квалификацията, колеги, за помощник.
Мисля, че ще ме подкрепите, ако искате така откровено да си говорим. Това са такива междинни камъни, които спъват нашата работа.
Моето лично мнение, и ще спра до тук, е, че и това е въпрос вече към представители на академичната общност, не само към вас, госпожо Колчева, е, че има ужасно много студенти в педагогически и психологически специалности, които биха могли да... И мисля, че има такива програми, е имало на МОН за практики, стаж. Тоест това е win-win ситуация, би било. И винаги съм се чудила защо не се случва. Не, аз имах предвид за практиканти и стажанти.
Може ли да се включи?
Спирам до тук.
Ако позволите и аз да се включа, първо по отношение на поставения въпрос, абсолютно съм съгласна с колегите, които коментират голямата численост, големия брой деца в детските групи. Прави сте. Прави сте и за това, което споделяте, че не във всяка детска градина, както в градината на госпожа Петрова, има различни специалисти от така наречените помагащи професии, психолози, логопеди и така нататък. Аз ще споделя моето виждане и на екипа, с който съм работила по един голям проект на МОН. Става въпрос за създаване на една методика, която е за допълнително обучение по български език при деца с различен семейен език. Но нещата са аналогични изобщо за работата в цялата концепция на приобщаващото образование. Прави сте за това, че като педагози е трудно, за това, защото учебните помагала са за средностатистическото дете, като трудност. Това е най-голямата трудност на един редови учител да адаптира учебното съдържание. Това, което направихме в нашия голям проект, беше в рамките на една тема, независимо тя дали е по български език, математика или друго, да обмислим хода на учебната работа да мине по изграждане на умения от лесното към трудното. И по този начин, независимо колко са на брой децата, дали има със СОП или няма със СОП, да се мине по дадена тема от лесното към трудното. Ние не откриваме топлата вода с това, но разработваме по дескриптори умението. И така, че обхващаме, работим с всички деца. Но това е една голяма тема, може би в един кратък отговор и включване в дискусията не бих могла да го обхвана. Не е невъзможно, но изисква, може би, учителя да бъде подкрепен с подходяща методическа литература. Някой, който да му подскаже как да надгради тези умения, тъй като държавният образователен стандарт не е разработен по дескриптори, за съжаление.
Благодаря, че ми давате думата. Миглена Никифорова съм от фундация Цорков. В контекста на разговора, който протича, ние подписахме споразумение с Софийския университет именно за създаването на следдипломна квалификация за преподаване на социално-емоционални умения, която предвиждаме да стартира от следващата година, така че ще имаме и вече създаден български инструментариум, който да подпомогне създаването на учебна програма и внедряването съответно в университетите. Може би ще имаме решение на този въпрос на един по-късен етап. Тоест всички учители, които желаят да повишат своята квалификация, могат да се възползват от тази форма. Другата форма е чрез курсовете за квалификация на педагогическите специалисти, т.е. ще внедрим и там съответния инструментариум, за да имаме повече подготвени учители.
Да, подготовката на всички нас е от изключително значение за успешното прилагане на всякакви, дали ще ги наричаме програми или интервенции или дейности, така че безспорно и това е необходимо. Добре, други въпроси или коментари, или ако не, някой просто иска нещо да сподели на края на този дълъг ден?
Здравейте, колеги! Благодаря за споделеното и за целият труд, върху който сте работили няколко години. Аз по-скоро от името на практиците и една местна дейност във Варна. Аз работя в фундация Карин Дом и в услуга ранна интервенция всъщност подкрепяме всички семейства с бебета и малки деца до 3 години. И се радвам, че сте включили този въпросник Ages in Stages, Questionary, Social Emotional, защото наистина той ни дава възможност да проследим, да направим тази входяща диагностика, за която говори. И стана въпрос още буквално на 2 месеца. И особено за бебета и малки деца, които са с някакъв риск от развитие на увреждане, всъщност ни дава възможност да работим по много конкретни и специфични цели, свързани с социално-емоционалното развитие, и то още когато бебетата и малките деца са в семейна среда. И вярвайте ми, защото след това тези деца отиват и много често стават част от процеса на приобщаващо образование. Колегите, които имаме възможност след това да проследяваме и да работим тясно в сътрудничество с тях, казват, наистина се личи кога е започнато от рано в семейна среда и всъщност да се доказали. Аз вече 10-та година работя в мобилната услуга на Център ранна интервенция и съм много удовлетворена, защото реално разработваме планове, конкретни измерими и много така цели, които са свързани с социално-емоционалното развитие на малко дете, като почнете от област саморегулация, комуникация, още преди буквално детето да е влязло да е развило своите вербални умения. Така че съм на среща, отскоро съвсем на 19 септември открихме нашия нов модерен център във Варна. Заповядайте, той е нов терапевтичен и образователен комплекс за деца във Варна и както Майя Донева, тя в момента е на изпиди, е изпълнителен директор, каза, в момента е най-модерният терапевтичен център в Европа. Заповядайте във Варна.
Благодаря. Да, това беше един от така силните ни аргументи, да включим и част развити ни инструменти. Ages и Stages са част от тази група инструменти в наръчника. Да. Само на микрофона, ако може.
Много се радвам, че успях да чуя всички професионалисти, които работят в сферата на социално-емоционалното развитие. Относно добрите практики, имам една публикация в сборника на ЦИНО към Софийския университет, който е добри практики по света за социално-емоционално учене. През последните 2 години съм сам войн, разработвам си своя програма, никой не знае за нея, но наистина сега, аз стъпвам на емоционално развитие за деца в ранна детска възраст и предучилищна възраст, но същевременно емоционалното и социалното винаги вървят ръка за ръка. Във всяка една ситуация, житейска, ние имаме емоция. Така че те са заедно и ще потърся хора, които днес говориха, които срещнах, с радост най-вече бих си сътрудничала, защото е много хубаво да се градят полезни неща и за приобщаващото образование, разбира се, ето в тези ситуации, които децата учат в ранна възраст, толкова рядко са включени деца с специални потребности. Аз имам сестра с синдром на Даун и знам тя как е изолирана от всички. И така, вкъщи си се гледам, обичаме се, моята дъщеря много си обича леля си, но другите деца не я обичат по същия начин. Така че и с вас много бих искала да се запознаем и лично. Благодаря още веднъж. Просто наистина радвам се, че има толкова повече гласност и толкова повече проекти, които да допринасят в тази област и сфера.
Благодаря ви. Много се радвам. Това беше идеята ни, една от идеите, да съберем всички вас тук, да се видим, да създадете контакти, да обсъждате идеи, да обменяте опит и се радвам, че това се е случило днес през деня. Освен да споделим какво сме направили и ресурсите, които са налични за вас. Огромна благодарност на всички участници, най-вече на вас, които така стоически издържахте през целия ден. Имахте търпението да чуете всички презентатори. Огромна благодарност към госпожа Гергана Петрова и нейният екип. Съжалявам, може да пропусна някой. Денислава Николова, Михайла Никова, Марийка Петкова. Съжалявам, не знам на всичките имената с фамилиите, но целият екип на 37-ма детска градина, огромна благодарност. Те свършиха немалка част от организацията. А също скрити, на които все още не са получили благодарност, Силвия Кръстева, Кобърн, която там седи във ъгъла. Имаме Ериана, наша чуждестранна студентка. И съжалявам, ако някой пропускам. Имаме доста хора от администрацията на Нов Български университет с озвучаване, комуникации. Това събитие нямаше да се случи без всички тези хора. Благодаря и на вас за вашето присъствие и споделянето на този ден. Надявам се това да е едно начало за бъдещи сътрудничества. Както чухме, вече има уговорки за срещи. Използвайте този форум. Ще ви изпратим един онлайн въпросник, т.е. на всички, които днес бяхте тук, с молба да ни дадете обратна връзка за събитието.
И ние благодарим, защото имаше възможност този път да бъдем заедно. Ние самите хора на терен и вие самите хора, които сте в университетите, и своевременно да обменим полезна информация и да бъдем полезни един на друг. Благодарим ви на всички.
If I can just, on behalf of all the project partners from all these countries, we would like really to thank Nadia.
Claudia, you can come.
So thank you, Nadia, for all your work, and of course all the Bulgarian colleagues. Thank you. And thank you also for the sun that you managed for the lunch break. It was great, yes. No, thank you. It was very, very, very interesting. And thank you for all these years' work. And thank you for the interpreter. Really, thank you. We are sure that you translate perfectly. Thanks a lot.
Лека вечер на всички. Насладете се, щом слънце се е показало на деня. Да.
Yeah, I was going to give it to you.
Like some documents now, or
Sorry, but
I thought we could pick up there. I cannot. But I cannot read the letters, so I probably have to drop it.
I need to know how many people will come to the restaurant. I need to
Or do you have like a minibus already? That's how I'm dead, after this whole
That's very good. So you work together with Nadia? No, it's another reason.
I will go You'll probably have to add some. Don't go away because we need a phone. Don't worry, I just.
I think we are obliged to go to
That's freakier. Yeah, but they were discussing the actual having too many kids. Be able to
during their headset.
work with kids with special needs.
I will take care of them. Darius! Guys, we need your headsets. Come on. All of you. And then we take a photo. Awesome. It's normal.
So demanding.
They asked me.